Welcome to the Horror Camping Channel. For a group of friends, this was the dream. A true camping experience. A chance to test their skills and survive a night in the wilderness. They packed their gear, they planned their route. They thought they were ready for anything. But the wilderness doesn't play by our rules. It has its own secrets, its own dangers. And a simple oversight, one small miscalculation, can unravel everything. What started as an adventure quickly became a desperate struggle for survival. Their dream of conquering the wild was a deadly mistake. So, what happened out there in the woods? Let's break it down. My name is Megan Carter. For the better part of 15 years, the wilderness has been my sanctuary and my proving ground. I'm not a weekend warrior who buys the latest gear for a comfortable stroll through a national park. I am a purist, a long-distance hiker who finds a unique sense of clarity in the grueling rhythm of walking, the ache in my muscles, and the vast, profound silence of the woods. I've trekked through the jagged peaks of the Rockies, navigated the dense, humid rainforests of the Pacific Northwest, and felt the ancient pulse of the desert under my boots. In that time, I've collected stories the way others collect souvenirs. I've encountered a mother grizzly with her cubs on a narrow Alaskan pass, my heart hammering a rhythm that seemed to shake the very ground. I've been caught in a freak electrical storm above the tree line in Colorado, the air buzzing with a terrifying energy, as lightning split the sky. I once shared a trail for days with a man who, I discovered on our last evening together, had packed nothing but several pounds of raw potatoes and a bag of onions for a week-long expedition, convinced it was the ultimate survival food. Through all of it, I maintained a reputation, both to myself and to the few hiking partners I've tolerated over the years, as the unflappable one. Panic is a luxury you cannot afford when you are miles from civilization. It's a weight, heavier than any pack, that can drag you down into a spiral of poor decisions. My mind has always been my most trusted tool, sharp, logical, and stubbornly resistant to fear. I could identify edible plants, read a topographical map as if it were a novel, predict weather patterns from the subtle shifts in the wind, and splint a broken bone with nothing more than 2 sturdy branches and a roll of duct tape. I believed, with a certainty that bordered on arrogance, that there was no situation the wilderness could present that my experience and rationality couldn't overcome. That unwavering confidence, that core belief in a logical, explainable world, shattered into a million pieces at a place called Quarry Gap. The shelter is something of a legend among Appalachian trail hikers, particularly those traversing the long, rocky spine of Pennsylvania. It's known not for being haunted or eerie, but for the exact opposite. It's almost absurdly charming. Through hikers who are accustomed to rough, 3-sided lean, tis often scarred with graffiti and smelling faintly of mice, speak of Quarry Gap in hushed, reverent tones. They talk about the meticulously maintained flower, boxes that overflow with colorful impatiens and petunias, a shocking splash of domesticity in the untamed woods. They mention the small, handcrafted porch swing, perfect for easing weary muscles while watching the sunset. It's cared for by a local trail club, with a devotion that goes beyond mere maintenance. It's a labor of love. I'd planned my mileage specifically to end my day there, after a grueling 20-mile hike over what Pennsylvania hikers grimly call Rocksylvania, a seemingly endless jumble of sharp, ankle twisting rocks that covers the trail. The promise of Quarry Gap felt like a siren's call. The day had been beautiful, with a clear, cobalt blue sky and a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves of the oak and maple trees, creating a dappled sunlight effect on the forest floor. I felt strong, alive, and utterly at peace. When I finally walked into the clearing where the shelter stood, I was greeted by a scene of profound tranquility. It was even more idyllic than the stories suggested. The stone and timber structure looked to have been plucked from a fairy tale. And best of all, it was completely empty. For a solitary hiker like me, an empty shelter is a gift. It means having my choice of sleeping spots, the freedom to spread my gear out without apology, and an evening of uninterrupted communion with nature. I claimed the best spot in the corner, unrolled my sleeping pad and bag, and set up my small backpacking stove on the wooden porch. As I boiled water for my dehydrated meal, I watched the sun begin its slow, majestic descent. The sky bled into a spectacular canvas of orange, pink, and deep purple. The colors spilling over the rolling tree-covered hills of the Appalachians. The air grew cooler, carrying the rich, loamy scent of the earth. This was it. This was the reason I hiked. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated perfection. As the last sliver of light vanished behind the ridge, plunging the forest into a deep, velvety darkness, I heard it. At first, it was so faint I thought I'd imagined it. Perhaps a phantom sound created by the ringing in my ears after a day of silence. It was the sound of children laughing. It was distant, light, and carefree. My logical mind immediately supplied an explanation other hikers. It was likely a family with kids who had set up a tent campsite further down the trail, their voices carrying on the still evening air. It was not unusual. I dismissed it and turned my attention back to my meal, the steam warming my face in the cooling air. But the sound didn't fade, as you'd expect a stray voice to do. It didn't get closer either. It simply continued. It was a loop. A short, distinct clip of 2, maybe 3, children giggling. It repeated itself over and over, without variation. The same pitch, the same joyous little shrieks, the same cadence, every 10 to 15 seconds. It was a perfect, seamless repetition that was utterly unnatural. My fork froze halfway to my mouth. I strained my ears, tilting my head, trying to pinpoint a direction, a source. But it was impossible. The sound seemed to be coming from everywhere, and nowhere at once, a disembodied echo that had no origin. Then, another sound joined the first, weaving itself into the auditory loop. Thump, 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 thump. The steady, rhythmic beat of a rubber ball bouncing on hard, packed earth. Like the laughter, it never wavered. The tempo was exact, the sound identical with each bounce. The combination was deeply unsettling. The laughter and the bouncing ball together created a ghostly soundscape of a phantom playtime, endlessly repeating in the deep, dark woods. My heart began to beat a little faster. The calm, rational part of my brain was frantically searching for an answer. An echo. Some bizarre acoustic phenomenon created by the valley's geography. I'd experienced strange echoes before, but nothing like this. An echo degrades, it warps, it fades. This was pristine, mechanical, and unchanging. A recording, perhaps, some elaborate prank. But who would hike miles into the wilderness, to a remote shelter, just to play a recording of children laughing all night? The idea was more absurd than the sound itself. I stood up, my meal forgotten, grabbing my headlamp. I strapped it on and switched it to its brightest setting. The powerful beam cut a sharp, white tunnel through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the dense wall of trees that surrounded the clearing. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast emptiness. "Is anyone out there?" The only answer was the incessant, looping sound of giggles and the steady thump, thump, thump of the unseen ball. It didn't pause. It didn't react. It was as if I hadn't spoken at all. I walked to the edge of the clearing, sweeping my light back and forth across the underbrush. I saw nothing. No glowing eyes of an animal, no flicker of a distant campfire, no silhouette of a person. There was only the dark, silent woods and the impossible. Maddening sounds that seemed to be imprinted on the very air I was breathing. The unflappable hiker, the woman who could face down a grizzly bear, was afraid. A cold, primal fear, the kind I hadn't felt since I was a child, afraid of the monster under my bed, began to creep up my spine. I was alone, miles from any road, in a place where the rules of the world I knew no longer seemed to apply. The night was just beginning. Retreating from the edge of the clearing felt like a surrender. I backed away slowly, my headlamp beam still cutting a nervous swath through the trees, as if turning my back on the woods would invite something to rush into the space I'd vacated. I stumbled back onto the shelter's wooden porch, my boots making loud, clumsy sounds that were immediately swallowed by the relentless loop of phantom playtime. Laughter, bounce, bounce, bounce. Laughter, bounce, bounce, bounce. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. I forced myself to sit, my back pressed hard against the cold, solid wall of the shelter. It was the only thing that felt real in a world that had suddenly become unmoored from logic. My training, my 15 years of ingrained discipline, screamed at me to take control, analyze the situation, Megan, form a hypothesis, test it. My mind, desperate for purchase, began to cycle through the possibilities again, more frantically this time. Wind. No wind could carry sound so perfectly, so repetitively, without a single distortion. Animals. There are birds that mimic sounds, like the mockingbird or the lyrebird, but none that could replicate human laughter with such fidelity, and certainly not the rhythmic bouncing of a ball. And no nocturnal animal would make the same sound on a perfect 15-second loop for hours. The prankster theory still felt the most plausible, however improbable. A powerful, hidden speaker system. It would have to be incredibly sophisticated to project sound that seemed to have no single point of origin. And for what purpose? To scare off the occasional hiker. It was an elaborate, pointless, and malicious act. I decided to treat it as a human threat. That was a scenario I could understand, a problem I could solve. I methodically packed away my cooking gear, my hands performing the familiar tasks on autopilot. Every item was stowed in its proper place in my pack. I zipped everything up, leaving only my sleeping bag and pad out. I took out my knife, a modest blade, but sharp and reliable, and placed it beside me. I swept my headlamp beam across the clearing one more time, then switched it off, plunging myself into the disorienting darkness. My theory was that if it was a prank, the perpetrators might reveal themselves if they thought I was asleep. I would wait. I would listen. I would be ready. I slid into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin, but the thin nylon offered no real comfort. Lying down, with my ear closer to the wooden floor, the sound seemed to gain a new dimension. The thump, thump, thump of the ball now felt like it was vibrating up through the very structure of the shelter, a deep, resonant pulse I could feel in my bones. The laughter, stripped of any visual context, became something monstrous. The joy in it had been hollowed out by the endless repetition, leaving behind a mechanical, soulless shell. It wasn't the sound of happiness anymore. It was the sound of a clock ticking, each giggle a movement of a gear in some infernal machine. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time had lost its meaning, measured only by the looping horror. Laughter, bounce, bounce, bounce. My eyes were wide open, staring in the impenetrable blackness of the shelter's interior. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of a leaf outside, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. My logical mind was losing the battle. The sheer, unrelenting persistence of the sounds was what truly broke me. A prankster would get tired. A speaker system would eventually have a glitch, a skip in the recording. But this was perfect. It was eternal. My carefully constructed fortress of rationality began to crumble, brick by brick. What if it wasn't a prank? What if the stories hikers tell around campfires, the ones I'd always dismissed as foolish superstition, held a kernel of truth? The idea of ghosts had always been an absurdity to me, a comforting fantasy for people who couldn't accept the finality of death. But huddled in that shelter, I was confronted with something my science couldn't explain. The fear shifted from something external, a person, an animal, to something internal. I was afraid of the sound itself, but I was more afraid of what it represented. A world that operated on rules I didn't know and couldn't comprehend. A new thought, more terrifying than any ghost, began to form in my mind. These weren't spirits. A spirit implies consciousness, an awareness, a will. A ghost haunts a place for a reason, for revenge, for love, out of sadness. There was no intelligence behind these sounds. There was no emotion left in them. They weren't trying to communicate. They weren't even aware of my presence. They were just an echo, a psychic stain. A moment of intense energy, children playing, laughing, happy, somehow imprinted onto the location, like a photograph exposed onto film. A moment trapped out of time, forced to repeat itself, over and over, long after the children themselves were gone, unaware that it was no longer real. That realization was the purest form of terror I have ever known. It was worse than a conscious haunting. It was the discovery that a piece of life, a moment of joy, could be broken off from its source and twisted into a tool of mindless, perpetual torment. It was proof that the universe I believed in, a place of cause and effect, of beginnings and endings, was a lie. Here, in this empty wood, a moment could become a prison. The laughter wasn't for me. The bouncing ball wasn't for me. They were for no one. They were a scar on the fabric of reality, a glitch in the system, looping for all eternity. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the sounds were inside my head now. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of my own heart. The giggles were the frantic, high-pitched chatter of my own fraying nerves. I felt a profound and suffocating loneliness, a sense of being an insignificant speck in a cold, indifferent, and deeply strange cosmos. I was nothing. My logic was nothing. My experience was nothing. I was just a witness to a broken piece of time. I didn't move for the rest of the night. I lay perfectly still, a statue carved from fear, listening to the phantom playtime. I didn't think about escape. There was nowhere to run. The sound wasn't just in the clearing. It was the clearing. It was the air, the trees, the ground. To leave the sound behind, I felt I would have to leave reality itself. So I waited. I waited for the one thing I knew was still real, the one thing that had to come eventually. I waited for the sun. The thought of dawn became my only prayer, my only hope in a world that had become an endless, looping nightmare. The first hint of dawn was not a sight but a feeling. It was a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness, a dilution from absolute, oppressive black to a softer, charcoal gray. It was the faintest promise of an ending. I had spent the entire night in a state of rigid paralysis, my body locked in place by a fear so profound it felt like a physical weight. But with that first, almost imperceptible change in the light, a flicker of my old self returned. The survival instinct, buried for hours under a mountain of existential dread, began to stir. The sounds did not stop. The ghostly laughter and the rhythmic bouncing of the ball continued their maddening loop, indifferent to the coming day. But now, they had competition. The first tentative chirp of a real bird cut through the phantom playtime, a note of pure, living reality in a soundscape of death. Then another joined, and another. The burgeoning dawn chorus was a fragile shield, but it was a shield nonetheless. It was the sound of the world I knew trying to reassert itself. I moved with a speed and desperation I didn't know I possessed. There was no methodical packing, no calm rolling of my sleeping bag. I shoved everything into my pack with frantic, clumsy movements, my fingers fumbling with straps and buckles. My only goal was to get away. I didn't dare look too closely at the shelter, now slowly emerging from the shadows. The quaint flower boxes and the little porch swing now seemed like a grotesque mockery, a carefully constructed mask hiding a rotten, broken core. The entire place felt contaminated, poisoned by the psychic stain it held. I imagined the laughter and the thumping ball were woven into the very wood grain, forever a part of its structure. I shouldered my pack, not even bothering to clip the sternum strap, and practically fled from the shelter. I didn't walk, I scrambled down the trail, my trekking poles clicking frantically against the rocks. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was terrified that if I did, I would see them. 2 or 3 small figures in the clearing, bathed in the gray morning light, their faces indistinct, forever playing their game. The thought alone was enough to propel me forward, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. For the first mile, the sounds chased me. I could still hear them, faint but distinct, carried on the morning air. Laughter, bounce, bounce, bounce. It was a tenacious ghost that refused to let me go. My mind, still fragile, couldn't tell if it was real or just a memory burned into my auditory cortex. Was I still hearing the echo, or was I just hearing the echo of the echo inside my own skull? The uncertainty was a new form of torture. I pushed myself harder, my pace reckless on the rocky, uneven terrain. I stumbled, caught myself, and kept going, driven by a singular, primal need: silence. And then, it happened. On the crest of a ridge, about 3 miles from the shelter, as the sun finally broke over the horizon and flooded the forest with golden light, the sound stopped. One moment they were there, a faint, maddening pulse at the edge of my hearing, and the next, there was nothing. Only the chirping of the birds, the rustle of the wind in the trees, and the sound of my own ragged breathing. The sudden, absolute silence was so profound it was like a physical blow. I stopped dead in the middle of the trail, leaning heavily on my poles, and I broke. Sobs racked my body, great, heaving gulps of air and tears. It wasn't a cry of sadness, but of overwhelming, gut-wrenching relief. I had escaped. I had survived the night. I hiked the next 17 miles without stopping. I didn't pause for water or food. I just walked, putting as much distance as possible between myself and Quarry Gap. The forest, which had always been my sanctuary, now felt different. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every strange sound made me flinch. The world felt thinner, more fragile. I was acutely aware of the veil between what we perceive as real and the vast, strange possibilities that lie beyond it. I had spent a night staring through a tear in that veil, and I could never unsee what I had seen. When I finally reached the road crossing at Caledonia State Park, I must have looked like a wild thing. My clothes were torn. My face was scratched from branches I'd blindly pushed through, and my eyes were wide with a haunted, exhausted look. A family having a picnic near the parking lot stared at me as I emerged from the woods. The father, seeing my state, took a hesitant step toward me. "Miss, are you all right?" I opened my mouth to answer, to say, "Yes," to reassure him with the easy confidence I'd always had. But the words wouldn't come. What could I say? "I'm fine, I just spent the night listening to a broken piece of time." "Everything's okay." I was just confronted with proof that moments of joy can be warped into instruments of mindless, eternal terror. Instead, I just shook my head and kept walking, leaving the kind family behind. I couldn't connect with them. They lived in a world that still made sense. A world where children's laughter was a sign of life, not a scar on it. I didn't live there anymore. I've been hiking for over a decade, but my journey ended at Quarry Gap. I still walk trails sometimes, but the joy is gone. The peace I once found in the solitude of the wilderness has been replaced by a quiet, constant vigilance. I am no longer the unflappable one. I am the one who looks over her shoulder, the one who listens too closely to the silence. I am the one who knows that the world is not as solid as it seems. There are cracks, there are glitches in the system. There are places where the past is not dead and buried. Sometimes it's not even past. It's just stuck on repeat, waiting for someone to listen. And that, I realized, was the most terrifying thing of all. To be confronted with proof that a moment of happiness could be warped into an instrument of pure, mindless terror, looping for all eternity in an empty wood. I packed up before dawn and hiked 20 miles without stopping. The sound of that ghostly laughter chasing me the entire way. It's a chase that has never truly ended. My name is Arthur Pendleton, and until recently, I was a senior data analyst for a multinational logistics firm. It's a title that sounds far more important than the reality. The kingdom I ruled was one of infinite cells and unforgiving formulas, a digital landscape where human lives were reduced to shipping codes and efficiency metrics. My days were a slow motion drowning in the sterile, blue, white glow of dual monitors, the relentless hum of servers a constant soundtrack to my eroding sanity. Deadlines were not suggestions. They were predators, and they were always circling. The pressure was immense, a physical weight that settled in my shoulders and manifested as a permanent, dull ache behind my eyes. I'd find myself staring at spreadsheets until the numbers blurred into a meaningless tapestry, my own reflection a pale, haunted ghost on the dark screen. The decision to escape wasn't a single, dramatic epiphany. It was a gradual surrender. It came in the quiet moments sitting in traffic, the brake lights of the car ahead pulsing like a migraine, microwaving another joyless packaged meal, realizing I hadn't had a genuine, unforced conversation in over a week. I needed a reset, a hard reboot of my entire operating system. The phrase, digital detox, something I'd scoffed at when I saw it on corporate wellness blogs, began to sound less like a trendy buzzword and more like a lifeline. I craved an antidote to the artificiality of my life, and the most potent one I could imagine was the raw, untamed wilderness. A solo hike on a remote, late autumn stretch of the Appalachian Trail became my obsession. On paper, it was perfect. The maps were a comfort, their clean lines and clear elevations a stark contrast to the chaotic data streams I navigated daily. I researched obsessively, spending evenings that were once dedicated to market projections on reviews of lightweight tents and water purification systems. I went to a large outdoor recreation store and felt like a complete imposter, a man in office slacks wandering through aisles of gear designed for a life of rut competence I couldn't even begin to fathom. Still, I bought the best I could afford, convincing myself that the right equipment could substitute for actual experience. I told my colleagues and the few friends I still kept in touch with that I was going to find myself. It was a hollow cliché, but it was easier than explaining the profound emptiness I was trying to outrun. I had no idea I was about to find something else entirely. The drive to the trailhead was a gradual shedding of civilization. The 6-lane highways bled into 2-lane country roads, flanked by sleepy towns and skeletal trees. The final bar of cell service vanished from my phone with a quiet finality that was both liberating and deeply unsettling. When I finally parked my sensible sedan at the designated gravel lot, the silence that greeted me was absolute. It wasn't just quiet. It was a physical presence, a heavy blanket that smothered all familiar sound. The first day on the trail was a lesson in humility. I had imagined a meditative stroll, a peaceful communion with nature. The reality was a grueling, uphill battle against my own physical inadequacy. The expensive pack, so light in the store, felt like it was filled with concrete. My lungs, accustomed to recycled office air, burned with every breath of crisp, cold mountain air. But it wasn't the physical strain that truly unnerved me. It was the silence. It was a deafening, oppressive quiet that made every rustle of fallen leaves under my boots, every snap of a distant twig, sound like an announcement. I was an intruder here. The woods watched, ancient and indifferent. I felt exposed, a soft, clumsy creature far from the safety of its concrete burrow. My brightly colored jacket a foolish beacon in a world of muted greens and browns. As dusk began to bleed through the canopy, painting the forest in shades of bruised purple and gray, a primal anxiety began to take hold. I found a small, relatively flat clearing and fumbled with my new tent, my cold fingers struggling with the unfamiliar poles and clips. The world shrank to the fragile, nylon dome I managed to erect. It was my entire universe, a pathetic shield against the vast, encroaching wilderness. Exhausted, I crawled inside, my body aching in places I didn't know could ache. Sleep, however, was a distant shore. My city, trained mind, accustomed to the constant drone of traffic and neighbors, couldn't process the profound stillness. It interpreted the absence of noise as a threat, a held breath before a pounce. I lay there, wrapped in a high-tech sleeping bag that suddenly felt woefully inadequate, listening. An owl hooted somewhere in the darkness, a lonely, mournful sound. The wind whispered through the pines, a low, sibilant sigh. I tried to catalog the sounds, to name them, to strip them of their power. That's just the wind. That's an animal, probably a raccoon. It's all normal. Just as my frayed nerves began to settle, and a heavy drowsiness finally began to claim me, I heard it. It was not the wind. It was not an animal. It started as a low, deep vibration that seemed to travel through the ground itself, a guttural grumbling that resonated in my teeth. It was close, frighteningly close, just outside the thin nylon wall of the tent. It was a voice, but not one that was speaking to me. I couldn't make out any distinct words. The sound was thick, garbled, as if spoken through a mouthful of gravel and rage. But the emotion behind it was unmistakable. It was a tone of pure, undiluted frustration. It was the sound of a man trying to explain a terrible injustice to a God who refuses to listen, a repeating, agitated murmur of profound and unending despair. A cold that had nothing to do with the autumn air flooded my veins, turning my limbs to ice. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the terrible, quiet rhythm of the voice outside. Every horror story I'd ever heard, every campfire tale, every childhood fear of the dark came rushing back. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. It's my own tired mind playing tricks on me, I pleaded silently. It has to be. But the sound was too real, too present. It continued for what felt like an eternity, a low, miserable complaint against the uncaring night. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that returned was worse. It was heavier, filled with the ghost of that sound. I lay there, rigid with terror, every muscle tensed. I waited for the sound of a footstep, the scrape of a claw against the tent, the shadow of a figure falling across the thin fabric. Nothing came. I remained awake for the rest of the night, a lone, terrified sentry, staring into the impenetrable darkness until the first, blessed, gray light of dawn promised that I had, somehow, survived. The sun rose, but it brought no warmth, no comfort. It merely replaced the impenetrable black with a flat, unforgiving gray light that revealed a world drained of color. My body was a knot of tension, every muscle screaming from a night spent coiled in fear. The thought of packing up my meager camp and hiking back to the car was overwhelming. It was the only sane thing to do. Turn back, drive until I found a brightly lit gas station, and never, ever speak of what I had heard. But a stubborn, foolish pride, mixed with a healthy dose of denial, took root. I had told everyone I was doing this. I had spent a small fortune on the gear that now surrounded me like the artifacts of a failed expedition. To quit after one night, to return with my tail between my legs because of a sound in the dark, I would be a laughingstock. So, I lied to myself. It was a bear, I reasoned, its grunts distorted by the fabric of the tent. Or perhaps another hiker, camped nearby, having a nightmare. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, clung to these flimsy possibilities like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. I forced myself to make coffee, my hands shaking so badly that I spilled half the grounds. The hot liquid did little to chase away the profound chill that had settled deep in my bones. I broke down my camp with a frantic, clumsy energy, constantly scanning the silent trees around me, my ears straining for any sound beyond my own ragged breathing. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into unnatural shapes. The wind, which had been a mere whisper the night before, now seemed to carry the echo of that terrible, frustrated voice. The second day's hike was a different kind of torture. The physical ache was still there, but it was background noise now, drowned out by the constant, high-pitched hum of anxiety in my skull. I was no longer an observer in the wilderness. I was prey. The forest was no longer indifferent. It was actively hostile, a labyrinth designed to confuse and terrify me. I saw faces in the gnarled bark of ancient oaks and menacing figures in the tangled undergrowth. I jumped at the sudden flight of a startled grouse, my heart leaping into my throat. I walked for hours, pushing myself harder than I thought possible, driven by a desperate need to put as much distance as possible between myself and the sight of my terror. I didn't consult my map. I just followed the trail marker blazes, a man on autopilot, his mind a whirlwind of fear and self-recrimination. By late afternoon, I was utterly spent, physically and emotionally. I knew I couldn't go on. The sun was beginning its descent, and the thought of being caught in the open after dark was unbearable. I found another clearing, this one wider and more exposed than the last. My logic was that more open space meant fewer places for things to hide. I needed to see what was coming. The idea of spending another night, huddled in the silent, claustrophobic dark of my tent, was simply not an option. I needed a weapon against the encroaching night. I needed fire. I worked with a feverish intensity, gathering firewood as if my life depended on it, and in my mind it did. I collected every dry branch and fallen log I could find, creating a ridiculously large pile, a pyre fit for a king. I built the fire in the center of the clearing, a crackling, spitting beast that threw a wide, dancing circle of light, pushing back the shadows with its hungry orange glow. The light was a comfort, the sound a shield. It was a bubble of civilization in the heart of the savage dark. I sat on a log, trying to force myself to eat. I had a packet of dehydrated chili, a meal that promised warmth and substance. As I stirred the steaming mixture in my small metal pot, the fire crackled and popped, sending sparks spiraling up into the starless, ink-black sky. The heat felt good on my face, a welcome contrast to the creeping cold at my back. For a few moments, I allowed myself to believe I was safe. I was just a man camping. This was normal. The fear from the previous night was just that, a product of darkness and an overactive imagination. It was then that a movement at the very edge of the firelight caught my eye. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. A man was standing there, just beyond the reach of the most ambitious flames. He hadn't been there a second ago. He had made no sound. He was simply there. My first thought was that he was another hiker, perhaps drawn by the light of my fire. But that thought evaporated as I took in his appearance. He wore a red and black plaid flannel shirt, the kind you see in every outdoor catalog. But his was horribly wrong. It was riddled with large, black, asymmetrical holes, the fabric around their edges charred and brittle. It looked as if he had been pelted with flaming rocks. His beard was reddish-brown, thick and unkempt, but it looked strange. It seemed to shimmer in the firelight, and I had the horrifying impression that it was not hair, but ash, as if it were smoldering from within. A faint, acrid smell, like burnt wood and something else, something vaguely chemical, drifted towards me on the breeze. He wasn't looking at me. His attention was fixed, with a desperate, heartbreaking intensity, on my enormous pile of firewood. He stared at it as a man dying of thirst would stare at a glass of water. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. Was he a burn victim? A homeless man living in the woods? Nothing made sense. My fear from the previous night returned, but this was different. This wasn't the terror of the unseen. This was the stark, paralyzing horror of the impossible, standing right in front of me. slowly, deliberately. He reached down with one hand, a hand that was blackened and scorched, the skin split and peeling like burnt parchment. His fingers were crooked, frozen in a claw-like grip. He was reaching for one of the logs from my pile. The movement was agonizingly slow, filled with a sense of profound effort, as if the simple act of extending his arm cost him everything. That's when he looked up, and his gaze met mine across the flickering fire. His eyes. I will never forget his eyes. They were vacant, a milky cataract, white that reflected the firelight without seeming to see it. There was no recognition in them, no anger, no curiosity. They were the eyes of a statue, windows into a place of absolute emptiness. He saw me staring at him, my own eyes wide with a terror that had stolen the air from my lungs. And for the first time, his expression changed. His face, which had been a mask of wary desperation, contorted. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw bunching. His nose scrunched up in a silent, animalistic snarl of what looked like pure frustration. It was the same raw, helpless emotion I had heard in the voice outside my tent. The connection hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was him. Then, as quickly and as silently as he had appeared, he pulled his hand back, stepped backward into the wall of darkness beyond the fire's reach, and was gone. He didn't fade or dissolve. He was there, and then he was not. The space he had occupied was now just empty, black night. For a long moment after he vanished, I remained frozen, a statue of my own. The fire crackled on, oblivious, its cheerful popping a grotesque counterpoint to the silent scream trapped in my throat. The space where he had stood was just empty night, but my eyes burned with the afterimage of his milky gaze and his scorched, peeling hand. The air still carried that faint, sick, sweet smell of something burnt. The fear that came next was unlike anything I have ever known. It wasn't the sharp, adrenal jolt of a near miss in traffic or the sudden panic of a startling noise. It was a cold, paralyzing flood, a deep-seated cellular certainty that I had just looked upon something that should not exist. It was the chilling realization that the fundamental rules of the world I knew had been broken. There was no room for logic or denial anymore. The voice in the dark and the man by the fire were one and the same, and he was not of this world. I didn't scream. The futility of it was absolute. There was no one to hear me but him, and what good would it do? What could I possibly say? Instead, a single, overriding imperative took control of my body, bypassing all rational thought. Run. It was the only thing I could think of, the only action that made any sense. I scrambled backward off the log, stumbling to my feet. I abandoned everything. My state of the art tent, my expensive pack containing my wallet and car keys, my half-cooked dinner steaming by the fire. It was all meaningless junk. My entire world, my meticulously planned digital detox, was now just fuel for the fire I was leaving behind. I turned my back on the comforting circle of light and plunged headlong into the absolute, terrifying blackness of the forest. The flight was a blind, mindless panic. I crashed through the undergrowth, thorny branches whipping at my face and arms, tearing at my clothes. I couldn't see a thing, navigating by sheer momentum and terror. I tripped over roots I couldn't see, my hands and knees scraping against sharp rocks as I fell, only to scramble up again, sobbing, and continue my desperate flight. The sounds of the forest, which had been unsettling before, were now a symphony of horror. Every snap of a twig behind me was him, his scorched hand reaching. Every rustle in the leaves was his silent, relentless pursuit. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I was running not just from a place, but from a memory, from the image of those empty, fire, reflecting eyes. I have no idea how long I ran. Time dissolved into a meaningless blur of pain, fear, and exertion. It could have been 1 hour or 5. My mind was a white, hot static of terror. I was no longer Arthur Pendleton, data analyst. I was just a creature fleeing, stripped of all identity beyond the primal need to escape. Eventually, my body betrayed me. I caught my foot on something, a log, a rock. I'll never know, and went down hard. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I lay there on the cold, damp earth, gasping for breath, a broken, weeping mess. The fight was gone. I was done. I rolled onto my back, staring up at the slivers of black sky, visible through the dense canopy, and waited for him to appear above me. But he never came. The only sounds were my own ragged sobs and the gentle whisper of the wind. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself to a sitting position. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion, and a trembling that I couldn't control. It was then that I noticed a change in the quality of the darkness. Through the trees, I could see a faint, steady glow. It wasn't the flickering orange of a fire. It was a clean white light, and below it, a pulsing blue and red. Hope, an emotion I thought I had lost forever, surged through me. I staggered to my feet and stumbled towards the light, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I broke through a final line of trees, and my feet hit loose gravel. I was on a road. In the near distance, I saw the source of the lights. It was a sheriff's car, its emergency lights painting the surrounding trees in strobing flashes of color. It was parked beside the skeletal, charred remains of a house. The structure was a black skeleton against the night sky. Only the defiant brick chimney and a lone, slightly melted mailbox at the edge of the drive stood intact. The air here was thick with the smell of wet ash and burnt plastic. A man in a sheriff's uniform stood by his car, holding a thermos, his silhouette stark against the flashing lights. He saw me stumble out of the woods, and his posture immediately straightened. He was a weary looking man in his late 50s, with deep lines etched around kind, tired eyes. He took one look at my scratched, tear-streaked face and disheveled state, and his expression softened with professional concern. He didn't bombard me with questions. He simply opened his passenger door, retrieved a thick wool blanket, and wrapped it around my shoulders. He then poured a cup of steaming coffee from his thermos and handed it to me. My hands shook so violently that he had to help me guide it to my lips. The hot, sweet liquid was the best thing I had ever tasted. "What in the world are you doing out here, son?" he asked, his voice low and calm. I should have told him. I should have babbled the whole insane story about the voice and the burnt man in the fire. But how could I? The words caught in my throat. It sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. I was too ashamed of my terror, too certain of his disbelief. So I gave him the only plausible lie I could think of. I got lost. I stammered, my voice hoarse. On the trail. My compass broke. I've been wandering for hours. The sheriff nodded slowly, his gaze drifting from me to the burnt out shell of the house. He seemed to accept my story without question. "Not a good week to be lost in these woods," he said, his voice taking on a somber tone. "Not a good week at all." He gestured with his chin towards the ruins. "That house went up 4 days ago. We just finished with the investigators. Suspected arson. A real nasty business. He took a sip from his own cup, his eyes distant. A man, his wife, and their 2 little girls lived there. None of them made it out. He paused, letting the horror of the statement hang in the cold night air. The coffee cup stopped halfway to my lips. A cold far deeper than the night air began to creep up my spine, a dawning horror that was sickening in its clarity. The sheriff looked back at me, his brow furrowed slightly. "That was the same day you started your hike, you said?" I couldn't answer. I just stared at him, my mind frantically connecting the pieces. The charred shirt, the ashy beard, the scorched hand, the overwhelming, helpless frustration in his voice, in his face. The desperate, longing look at my pile of firewood. The ghost hadn't been angry with me. He hadn't been threatening me. He was just reaching for a log. He was just trying to get warm. The thought was somehow infinitely more horrifying than any monster, any malevolent demon. I hadn't been haunted. I was just an accidental witness to a private, eternal hell. A sorrow so deep and a pain so profound that it had burned itself into the very landscape. A sorrow that would wander these woods forever, trapped in the final, desperate moments of a man who died in the fire, forever trying, and forever failing, to fight off the cold. My name is Walter Finch, and I dismantle ghosts for a living. That isn't what it says on my tax returns, of course. To the government, I am a freelance data analyst, a man who spends his days sifting through spreadsheets and finding logical patterns in chaotic information for corporate clients. But my true passion, the work that defines me, is conducted under the banner of my blog, The Logical Leap. I am, for lack of a better term, an amateur debunker of the paranormal. It is a title I wear with a significant amount of pride. My guiding philosophy is simple. The universe is governed by laws, and those laws do not allow for exceptions based on emotion or folklore. Every shadow that is mistaken for a phantom, every cold spot attributed to a spectral presence, has an explanation rooted in physics, psychology, or simple misidentification. I don't believe in ghosts. I believe in faulty wiring, infrasound, and the incredible power of human suggestion. My career in this peculiar field began in my own childhood home. When I was 10, my family was convinced my grandmother's house was haunted by a weeping woman who would appear in the upstairs hallway window. After weeks of hushed whispers and my mother's mounting anxiety, I stayed up one night with a notepad and a flashlight. I discovered that ghost was nothing more than the distorted reflection of headlights from a newly installed traffic light at the bottom of our street, its light refracting through the old, warped glass of the window pane. Weeping was the sound of wind whistling through a cracked window seal. Exposing the truth brought a calm, rational peace to our house that felt far more profound than any exorcism could have. I have been chasing that feeling of logical resolution ever since. Over the years, my reputation has grown in certain niche corners of the internet. I was the one who proved the infamous freakwood howler was simply the distress call of a vixen fox, amplified by the unique acoustics of a nearby cave system. I demonstrated that the phantom ship of Cape Fear was a complex optical illusion known as a fata morgana, a superior mirage created by a specific temperature inversion over the water. UFOs are usually swamp gas or high-altitude weather balloons. Ghostly photos are always dust motes, lens flare, or an outright hoax. I have never, in 15 years of dedicated investigation, encountered a phenomenon that could not be thoroughly and completely explained by science and reason. This unwavering record of success is what brought me to the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, to a remote, windswept precipice called Wiseman's View. My target was one of the great, enduring legends of American folklore, the Brown Mountain Lights. The local legends are as colorful as they are contradictory, a sure sign of a myth that has evolved over time to suit the teller. The most popular tale, rooted in Cherokee lore, speaks of a great battle fought on the mountain centuries ago. The lights, they say, are the spectral lanterns of Cherokee women, forever searching the slopes for the spirits of their husbands and sons slain in the conflict. Another version, born from the Civil War, claims they are the lights of Confederate soldiers, lost in the unforgiving wilderness and eternally searching for their way back to camp. More modern theories, proposed by those who lean towards the extraterrestrial, suggest they are alien scout ships or interdimensional portals. I had read every account, every scientific paper, and every piece of folklore. The United States Geological Survey had studied them and offered explanations ranging from train lights to simple misidentification of aircraft. I favored a more direct hypothesis that the lights were the headlamps of cars traveling along a distant, unseen highway on the other side of the valley, their light distorted and bent by the atmospheric conditions unique to the region. I was so confident I had already mentally drafted the first paragraph of my blog post, a triumphant expose that would finally put this century-old ghost story to rest. The drive itself was a gradual shedding of the modern world. The multi-lane highways gave way to two-lane state roads, which in turn narrowed into winding asphalt ribbons that clung precariously to the mountainsides. The air grew cooler, cleaner, scented with pine and damp earth. When I finally parked my truck and hiked the last quarter-mile to the overlook, the sheer scale of the place was breathtaking. I stood on a stone ledge, a natural balcony jutting out from the mountainside, looking out over a vast, dark green sea of trees that filled the Linville Gorge. Across this immense chasm rose Brown Mountain, a sleeping giant, its slopes thick with a primeval forest that seemed to swallow the very light of the afternoon sun. The isolation was absolute. There were no other cars, no other people. The only sounds were the sighing of the wind through the pines and the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead. It was a place of profound, almost intimidating, natural beauty. But I wasn't here as a tourist. I was here as a scientist, an exterminator of falsehoods. I began my work with methodical precision. First, I set up my primary instrument, a state-of-the-art digital camera equipped with a powerful telescopic lens, the kind wildlife photographers use to capture a fly on a deer's ear from half a mile away. It was mounted on a heavy, carbon fiber tripod, ensuring perfect stability. Beside it, I set up a thermal imaging camera, which would reveal any heat signatures, or the lack thereof. A parabolic microphone designed to capture faint, distant sounds was aimed toward the mountain. I had my laptop, ready to record and analyze data in real time. My gear was the armor of logic, a bulwark of technology against the tide of superstition. I arranged my small camp chair, poured a cup of black coffee from a thermos, and settled in to wait. The sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in brilliant strokes of orange, pink, and purple. The shadows in the gorge below deepened, coalescing into an ocean of impenetrable black. The air grew colder, and I zipped up my jacket. The warmth of the coffee, a small comfort against the encroaching chill. I felt a familiar thrill of anticipation, the excitement of the hunt. I was in my element, one man, and his reason against a mountain of myth. I scanned the horizon, my eyes tracing the dark, silent ridge of brown mountain. I was ready for the gotcha moment. I was ready to capture definitive proof of car headlights, or perhaps a few mischievous campers with high-powered flashlights, and add another ghost to my collection of debunked legends. As the last vestiges of twilight faded from the sky, leaving only the cold, distant light of the stars, it happened. A single point of light appeared. It wasn't on the road where I expected it. It was higher up, hovering just above the distant peaks. It glowed with a soft yellowish hue like a candle flame. Then another appeared beside it, and another. They pulsed gently, a soft, rhythmic beat like a slow heartbeat. They swirled around each other in a silent, ethereal dance. One would flare up, burning with a sudden, intense brightness, before vanishing completely, only to be replaced by another that would appear in a different location. They were exactly as the legends had described, silent, dancing orbs of light. A wide grin spread across my face. This was it. The performance had begun. I leaned forward, my eye pressed to the viewfinder of my camera, my finger steady on the focus ring. It was time to unmask the ghosts. My grin was a rictus of intellectual arrogance. My eye pressed firmly against the rubber cup of the viewfinder. The hunt was on. Through the lens, the distant points of light swam into focus, their soft edges hardening into defined shapes. I twisted the focus ring with the delicate precision of a surgeon, expecting the image to resolve into the familiar, mundane shape of a halogen headlight or the piercing beam of an LED flashlight. My mind was already cataloging the data, preparing the logical takedown. Atmospheric lensing. I murmured to myself, the words a comforting mantra of reason, coupled with temperature inversion. The first anomaly was the color. The light wasn't the clean, sterile white of a modern bulb. It was a warm, flickering, organic yellow, the color of firelight. It wavered and danced, not like a distant car bouncing on a rough road, but like a flame shivering in a gentle breeze. Interesting. Perhaps a group of pranksters, I reasoned. Some local kids who knew the legends and got their kicks scaring tourists by lighting tiki torches on the mountainside. A plausible, if slightly elaborate, explanation. I zoomed in further, the powerful lens collapsing the miles of empty space between me and the lights. I was going to find the zipper on the monster suit. I always did. That was when the scene resolved into horrifying, paradigm-shattering clarity. They weren't orbs. They weren't tiki torches. They were lanterns. Old-fashioned oil lanterns with glass chimneys and thin metal frames. The kind I had only seen in museums and antique shops. The light source was a visible, flickering flame within each one. My breath hitched in my throat. This was unexpected. The level of dedication for a prank was astonishing. But my mind, ever the loyal servant of logic, still scrambled for a foothold. A historical reenactment society, perhaps. A local club with a flair for the dramatic. It was a stretch, but it was still within the realm of the possible. Then I saw the hands that held them. My own hand, the one steadying the camera, began to tremble. The hands holding the lanterns were slender, their grip delicate, and through them, through the very substance of their fingers and palms, I could see the dark shapes of the trees and rocks behind them. They were translucent. Not transparent like glass, but with a faint, shimmering opacity, like heat haze rising from summer asphalt. I frantically pushed the zoom to its maximum magnification, my heart now hammering against my ribs, not with the thrill of the hunt, but with a cold, rising tide of dread. The image became grainier, but the details were still there, still undeniable. The hands belonged to figures, the faint, wavering outlines of women. Their forms were indistinct, their edges bleeding into the darkness around them. But their shapes were unmistakable. They wore what looked like simple, long dresses of buckskin and hide, with heavy shawls draped over their shoulders. Their hair was long and dark, braided or hanging loose down their backs. My scientific mind was in full revolt, screaming at me, offering a frantic cascade of alternative explanations. It was a projection, a sophisticated hologram, a trick of the light, my own eyes playing games with me in the low light conditions. I tore my eye away from the viewfinder and stared across the gorge. With my naked eye, all I could see were the beautiful, mysterious, dancing orbs of light, just as the legends described. They were enchanting, almost peaceful. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the cold air burning my lungs, and forced myself to look back into the lens. The horror snapped back into place, immediate and absolute. The lens did not lie. It was a tool of pure optics, of glass and mechanics. It could not invent. It could only reveal, and it revealed their faces. This was the moment my world broke. This was the moment the solid, rational foundation upon which I had built my entire identity crumbled into dust. Their faces were not the faces of pranksters or actors. They were masks of pure, undiluted, and eternal grief. I could see their features, faint and ghostly, yet etched with a sorrow so profound it felt like a physical blow. Their eyes were wide, but they weren't looking at me. They weren't looking at anything in the way a living person looks. Their spectral gaze was turned downward, constantly scanning the forest floor, sweeping back and forth, back and forth. Their mouths were set in lines of heartbreaking despair. There was no performance here. There was no awareness of an audience. There was only the task. I finally understood. They weren't dancing. They were searching. The graceful, swirling patterns the lights made from a distance were a lie. Up close, through the unforgiving eye of my camera, their movements were a torturous, methodical grid search. One would move slowly to the left, her lantern held high, her head bent as she peered into the darkness below. Another would move to the right, her path crossing the first, her entire being focused on the patch of ground, illuminated by her ghostly flame. They moved with a purpose that had been worn down by centuries of failure into a hopeless, mindless ritual. They were ghosts, yes, but not in the way the stories imagined. They weren't spooky apparitions meant to frighten. They were prisoners, trapped in a loop of loss, condemned to repeat a single, heartbreaking task for all eternity. The Cherokee legend was true. These were the mothers, the wives, the sisters, and they were still looking for their dead. A wave of nausea washed over me. I slowly, shakily, lowered the camera. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely control them. The air, which had been merely chilly, now felt impossibly, unnaturally cold. A deep, penetrating cold that had nothing to do with the mountain air, and everything to do with the profound wrongness of what I was seeing. I fumbled for my thermal imager, my fingers clumsy and numb. I powered it on and pointed it toward the mountain. The screen remained a uniform, dark blue, the color of cold, empty space. The trees, the rocks, the very ground itself had a faint residual heat from the day's sun. But where the lights were, where the women were, there was nothing. Not even a flicker of warmth. They were colder than the air around them. They were pockets of absolute zero in the fabric of the world. My parabolic microphone, my tool for catching the slightest sound, registered only the whisper of the wind. There were no footsteps on dry leaves, no rustle of clothing, no sighs of exertion. There was only the profound, crushing silence at the gorge, a silence that now felt heavy, occupied, and deeply, deeply sad. I had come here as a skeptic, a conqueror armed with technology and reason to dismantle a myth. But the myth was real. My technology had not debunked it. It had only magnified the horror and the heartbreak of it. I was an intruder, a peeping Tom who had stumbled upon a scene of the most private, sacred grief imaginable. These spirits weren't performing for me. They were oblivious to me, to the modern world, to everything but their unending, hopeless task. The weight of their centuries, old loss pressed down on me, a physical pressure in the thin mountain air. I didn't debunk a legend that night. I confirmed a heartbreak, and in doing so, I had broken my own mind. The silence that followed the horrifying realization was heavier than any scream. I stood there, on the cold precipice, a frozen statue of dawning horror. All my equipment, the camera, the thermal imager, the microphone, was now just meaningless junk. They were tools of a world with rules and logic, a world that had just been shattered before my eyes, reduced to a distant memory. I tried to swallow, but my throat was as dry as sandpaper. The first thought that clawed its way through my scrambled brain was, pack up. It was a simple, concrete command, an anchor in the swirling chaos of my imploding reality. But my body refused to obey. My once steady hands trembled so violently, I couldn't work the latches on the tripod. My fingers were numb and clumsy, as if they belonged to someone else. The cold I felt was no longer the mountain air. It was a chill that had seeped into my marrow. The cold of impossible knowledge. I tore my eyes from my useless gear and looked back across the gorge. They were still there, a moving tableau of sorrow. The small circles of light from their lanterns painted the dark forest floor. Each one a self-contained world of unending despair. I watched them with a new kind of horror. No longer the simple shock of witnessing the impossible, but a crushing weight of guilt. I was an intruder, a trespasser on private grief. I had used my technology to spy on their agony, to turn their tragedy into data for my analysis. And then, the worst thing happened. One of the translucent figures stopped. Her slow, methodical search came to an abrupt halt. The lantern in her hand ceased its gentle swing, its flickering light growing still. The silence of the gorge seemed to deepen, as if the mountain itself were holding its breath. I watched, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure stood motionless for a long moment, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Then, slowly, tortuously, her head began to turn. It was not a human movement. It was stiff, jerky, as if the joints had not been used for centuries. Her head turned away from the forest floor. She had eternally scanned, and swiveled directly toward me, across the vast, empty chasm that separated us. Her face, previously a blank mask of sorrow, now changed. Her vacant eyes seemed to lock onto mine. The light from her lantern, which had been pointing down, now aimed straight at me, a beam from a nightmare lighthouse. The miles of distance that had felt like a buffer of safety were suddenly meaningless. I felt pinned, transfixed by a gaze that saw through the dark, through time, through the very veil between the living and the dead. Time stopped. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I was an insect caught in the gaze of an ancient predator. And then she began to move. Not the slow searching from before, but a movement with purpose. She stepped from the tree line, toward the edge of her side of the cliff, toward me. Her form flowed with an eerie, liquid grace over brush and rock, as if physical obstacles meant nothing to her. Her lantern swung at her side, its light casting wild, frantic arcs. That's what broke the spell. The thought that it was coming for me, that it could come for me, sent a primal surge of adrenaline through my system. I was no longer Walter Finch, data analyst. I was a cornered animal fighting for my life. I abandoned everything. The thought of the equipment's value never crossed my mind. The multi-$1,000 camera, the carbon fiber tripod, the laptop. All of it was left behind as if it were trash. I turned and ran. I fled blindly down the narrow path that led back to my truck. Branches whipped at my face and arms, but I felt no pain. I tripped on a root, crashing hard onto my knees. But I scrambled back up and kept running. The only sounds were my own ragged gasps and the frantic drumming of blood in my ears. But I could feel her eyes on my back. I could feel the cold pursuing me. When I reached the truck, I yanked the door open and threw myself inside. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped the keys on the floor. I scrabbled for them frantically in the dark, my fingers closing around the cold metal. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, a deafening sound in the night silence. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel of the service road. I didn't turn on the headlights. I drove in darkness, relying on instinct and a vague memory of the winding road. I glanced in the rearview mirror once. It was a mistake. In the blackness behind me, a single yellow light was floating. It wasn't on the mountain anymore. It was on the road, following me. It moved with impossible speed and silence, relentlessly closing the distance. I screamed, a raw, hoarse sound of pure terror. I floored the accelerator, the truck fishtailing dangerously, but I didn't care. I had to get away. I drove on, a madman tearing through the dark forest, my heart hammering as if it would burst from my chest. Finally, I hit the paved road and flicked on my headlights. The bright beams illuminated the asphalt, a small comfort of normalcy. I looked in the mirror again. The light was gone. I drove for hours without stopping, until the first gray light of dawn began to bleed across the horizon. I found myself at a dingy gas station in a small town whose name I didn't register. I pulled over and just sat there, my hands still clenched around the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror. The man staring back was not someone I knew. His eyes were wide with a terror that hadn't faded. The lines of panic etched around his eyes and mouth. I had gone there to debunk a legend. Instead, the legend had debunked me. I hadn't just confirmed a heartbreak, I had become a part of it. The cold I felt on that mountain came with me. It has taken root in my soul. I know I will never forget the face that turned to look at me across the abyss. I will never forget the lantern light that chased me through the dark. My world of reason and logic is gone, and in its ruins, only one terrifying truth remains: ghosts are real, and now, one of them knows my name. My name is Alexander Coleman, though most people who knew me simply called me Alex. I mention knew in the past tense because the man who walked into the Blackwood National Forest is not the one who is recounting this tale. I was, by trade, a freelance graphic designer. but my soul's true calling was wildlife photography. It was a passion born from a childhood spent exploring the modest woods behind my suburban home. A passion that grew into an obsession with capturing the raw, untamed spirit of nature. I found a unique sense of peace in the profound silence of the wilderness. A silence that was not empty, but filled with the subtle language of the earth. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the gentle murmur of a stream. It was a symphony that quieted the noise of city life, and for a time, the noise within my own head. I considered myself an experienced outdoorsman. I had hiked portions of the Appalachian Trail, camped in the Rockies, and spent countless weekends in various state parks. I was meticulous in my preparation, my gear always top of the line and well maintained. I understood the risks: dehydration, injuries, getting lost, encounters with bears or mountain lions. These were tangible dangers, things you could prepare for, things that followed the rules of nature. I respected these rules, and in return, the wilderness had always respected me. It had been a fair, if unforgiving, partner in my quest for solitude and beauty. That was my mistake. I believed the wilderness was a partner. I was wrong. It is a kingdom, and on that fateful trip, I learned that some kingdoms have rules that are not found in any survival guide. Rules that are ancient, dark, and absolute. My destination was a remote section of the Blackwood National Forest, a sprawling expanse of old-growth timber in the Pacific Northwest that was notoriously difficult to access. Its reputation was one of pristine, untouched beauty, a place where one could truly be alone. There were, of course, local whispers, ghost stories, tales of disappearances, and warnings about staying out after dark. I'd heard similar folklore about nearly every major national park. They were campfire stories, cautionary tales for tourists, the romantic ramblings of a community steeped in tradition. I dismissed them with the casual arrogance of a man who believed he knew the woods better than the locals who lived on its edge. I saw the forest as a collection of trees, rivers, and animals. They saw it as a living entity with a memory and a malevolent will. I now know which perspective was the correct one. The journey began as all my best trips did. A long drive down winding roads, the last vestiges of civilization, cell service radio stations, other cars, fading away until it was just me, my truck, and the endless sea of green. I parked at the poorly marked trailhead, a simple wooden post with the faded words, Blackwood Trail, barely visible. The air was immediately different here. It was heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, pine, and something else. Something vaguely metallic and cloying that I couldn't quite place. I shouldered my 60-pound pack, took a deep breath of that strange air, and stepped under the canopy of the trees. The transition was immediate. The bright afternoon sun was choked out by the dense ceiling of leaves and branches, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The hike was arduous. The trail was overgrown, a faint suggestion of a path rather than a clear route. I spent several hours pushing through ferns, climbing over moss-covered fallen giants, and navigating by compass and map. The silence was the first thing that truly began to feel off. It wasn't the peaceful, living silence I cherished. It was a hollow, watchful silence. The birds were gone. The chattering of squirrels was absent. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. I pushed the feeling down, attributing it to the fatigue of the hike and the sheer scale of my isolation. This was what I wanted, after all, to be completely alone. I finally found a perfect spot to make camp. It was a small, relatively flat clearing nestled in a bend of a fast, moving creek. The sound of the water was a comfort, a constant, natural noise that broke the oppressive silence. I went through my rituals with practiced efficiency. The tent was up in minutes, my sleeping bag and pad unrolled inside. I gathered firewood, arranged a neat fire pit with stones from the creek bed, and filtered water for the evening. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. It was a primal sensation, the kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up and your neck prickle. I'd stop what I was doing, my hand hovering over a piece of wood or my water filter, and slowly scan the wall of trees that surrounded my small clearing. I saw nothing but a dense, impenetrable wall of bark and shadow. There was no movement, no glint of animal eyes. There was only the forest watching. As dusk began to bleed through the canopy, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange that were mostly lost to me, I got my fire going. The flames crackled to life, a welcome dance of light and warmth that pushed back the encroaching darkness. For a while, things felt normal again. I sat on a log, eating my dehydrated meal, the familiar comfort of a campfire lulling me into a false sense of security. The forest was just a forest. The silence was just silence. My mind was playing tricks on me. But then the sun set completely, and the true darkness of an old-growth forest descended. It was a physical presence, a blackness so absolute that it seemed to swallow the light from my fire, just a few feet from the pit. My world shrank to a tiny bubble of orange and flickering shadows, and the silence returned, deeper this time, amplified by the absence of light. The creek still gurgled, but its sound was no longer comforting. It now sounded like whispers, like 1,000 hushed voices just beyond my ability to understand. That's when I heard the first snap of a twig. It was sharp, loud, and unnervingly close, just beyond the edge of the firelight. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. My heart hammered against my ribs. Bear, I told myself. A deer it had to be. I grabbed my headlamp and my high-powered flashlight, its beam capable of cutting through a quarter-mile of darkness. I stood up slowly, trying to make no sudden movements, and shined the light in the direction of the sound. The beam cut a stark white tunnel through the black, illuminating the trunks of ancient cedars and a thick carpet of ferns. Nothing, no animal, no eyes reflecting the light. Just the trees. I stood there for a long time, sweeping the beam back and forth, my ears straining. Nothing. I told myself it was a branch falling, or a small animal I had missed. I sat back down, but the spell of the campfire was broken. I was no longer a peaceful observer of nature. I was an intruder in a place that did not want me. Every gust of wind in the high branches sounded like a footstep. Every shadow thrown by the fire seemed to take on a life of its own. Then I heard it again. Not a snap this time, but a slow, heavy drag. It was the sound of something substantial being pulled through the undergrowth. It was to my left, further away than the first sound, but it was unmistakable. It was not an animal's gait. Animals move with purpose, with a rhythm. This was a dead, dragging weight. A deep, guttural fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my attempts at rationalization. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. I jumped to my feet, the flashlight beam once again slicing into the darkness. I swept it frantically, my breath catching in my throat. I saw nothing but the same impassive trees. But the sound had stopped the instant the light had hit the area. It was waiting. It knew I was looking. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was intelligent. I backed away toward my tent, my eyes wide, never leaving the spot where the sound had come from. My hand fumbled for the zipper of the tent flap. I needed the flimsy barrier of nylon between me and the suffocating darkness. As my fingers closed around the cold metal of the zipper, a new sound reached me. It was quiet, carried on the wind, and it was the single most terrifying sound I have ever heard in my life. It was a voice, or something that was trying to be a voice. It was a low, wet, gurgling whisper that formed a single word, a word that sounded like my name, but stretched and distorted as if spoken through water. Ea leaks X. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't the creek. It wasn't the wind. I was not alone. And whatever was out there, in the swallowing black of the Blackwood forest, it knew my name. I ripped the tent flap open and scrambled inside, zipping it shut with trembling hands. I sat in the total darkness of my tent, my body shaking uncontrollably, clutching my flashlight like a weapon. And I listened as the sound of something heavy began to drag itself in a slow, deliberate circle around my tiny, fragile camp. Time ceased to exist inside that nylon coffin. There was only the darkness, the frantic drumming of my own heart, and the sound. The slow, rhythmic drag, scrape, of something heavy circling my tent. It was methodical, unhurried. It wasn't hunting. It was patrolling. It was the sound of a jailer walking his rounds, and my tent, my flimsy dome of supposed shelter, was the cell. My mind, a frantic prisoner, scrambled for an explanation, for any rational foothold in the swirling abyss of terror. A bear with a mangled leg. A fallen log being pushed by the wind. But the wind was still, and no animal, I knew, moved with such a horrifying, intelligent cadence. And no animal knew my name. The sound of my own breathing was a roar in my ears, a ragged, desperate gasping for air that felt too thick to breathe. The cloying, metallic scent I had noticed at the trailhead was seeping through the mesh of the tent's windows, stronger now, thick with the foul sweetness of rot and stagnant water. I pressed myself into the far corner of the tent, as far from the thin walls as I could get, my flashlight clutched in a white, knuckled grip. I didn't dare turn it on. The beam that had been my weapon just moments before now felt like a beacon, a dinner bell that would only confirm my location to the thing that circled in the dark. The dragging stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise it replaced. My ears strained, trying to catch any hint of movement. But there was nothing. Only the gurgle of the creek, the pounding in my chest, and the suffocating weight of a listening darkness. It had stopped right outside my tent. I knew it. I could feel it. A presence so immense and malevolent that it felt like it was physically pressing down on the small dome, bending the very air around it. I held my breath, my lungs burning, waiting for the rip of claws, the tearing of fabric. Instead, there was a soft, wet thump against the side of the tent, right beside my head. I flinched so violently I hit my head on the tent pole behind me. A strangled yelp escaped my throat. It was a sound of pure animal fear. The thump was followed by a slow, wet, sliding sound, as if something slick and heavy was pressing against the nylon and dragging itself upwards. I could see the fabric of the tent wall indenting, stretching inward under a weight I couldn't comprehend. It was probing, testing the limits of my sanctuary. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis, spurred into action by the primal need to do something. My pack was beside me. Inside was my hunting knife, a flare gun, my bear spray. Weapons. Tools of a man who fought against the tangible threats of the wilderness. What good were they against this? What good was a knife against a shadow that whispered my name? The sliding stopped. And then the whispers began again. Not just my name this time. It was a horrifying mimicry, a college of sounds from the forest. It started with a perfect imitation of the creek's burble, so accurate that for a second, I thought the other sounds had been a hallucination. Then it shifted, the gurgling sound morphing into the chirping of a bird, a sound I hadn't heard since I first entered the woods. It was a cheerful, incongruous sound in the suffocating dread of the night. Then, the bird song distorted, stretching and slowing into that low, wet gurgle, and my name was formed again, right against the tent wall, a breathy, intimate horror. Ea, Lex, and Dir. It was learning. It was toying with me. This wasn't a mindless beast. It was a predator of a different kind, one that savored the fear of its prey. The arrogance I had felt earlier that day, my confidence in my skills and my gear, felt like a distant memory from another man's life. I was not an experienced outdoorsman. I was a child hiding under the blankets, convinced that the flimsy fabric could protect me from the monster in the closet. I had to see it. The not knowing was a poison, a madness that was quickly eroding my sanity. Hiding in the dark, waiting for the inevitable, was no longer an option. My hand, shaking so badly I could barely control it, reached for the zipper on the tent's small window flap. It was a mesh window with a nylon cover that could be zipped down for privacy or ventilation. My fingers felt like clumsy, frozen sausages as I fumbled with the tiny metal tab. The sound of the zipper was deafeningly loud in the silence, a harsh zazazip that felt like a scream. I pulled it down just a crack, a tiny slit no wider than my finger, and pressed my eye against the mesh. At first, I saw nothing but the familiar, impenetrable blackness. My campfire had long since died, leaving only a few faintly glowing embers that did nothing to illuminate the scene. I held my breath, scanning the darkness, my eyes struggling to adjust. And then something moved. It was not a solid shape. It was a distortion in the darkness, a patch of night that was blacker than the rest. It was tall, impossibly so, its form vaguely humanoid but stretched and wrong, like a reflection in a warped mirror. It seemed to be made of the forest itself, of shadow, of wet leaves, of twisted branches and damp earth, all clinging to a frame that moved with a fluid, unnatural grace. There were no eyes that I could see, no face, but I felt its gaze on me, a cold, ancient intelligence that saw straight through the thin wall of my tent and into the terrified recesses of my soul. As I watched, a long, thin limb, like a branch covered in slick river moss, slowly unfurled from its body and reached out, tapping the spot on the tent right where my eye was. I screamed and threw myself backward, scrambling away from the window. The scream was high and thin, a sound of pure terror. Seeing it had not helped. It had shattered the last vestiges of my hope that this was something I could understand or fight. My scream was a trigger. The playful, curious probing ended. The thing outside let out a sound that was not a whisper or a mimicry. It was a low, guttural shriek, a sound of rage and hunger that vibrated through the ground and into my bones. The gentle tapping was replaced by a furious scratching, the sound of sharp points digging into the tent's ripstop nylon. The fabric whined in protest, but it held. Then a tremendous weight slammed into the side of the tent, and the whole structure groaned. the flexible poles bending inward until they were nearly touching my face. I could hear the fabric stretching, the seams straining. It was going to collapse. It was going to bring the whole thing down on top of me, and I would be trapped, tangled in a shredded mess of nylon and broken poles, completely at its mercy. No, I yelled, the word a desperate prayer. My hands, now driven by pure adrenaline, tore at my backpack. I ripped open the main compartment, my fingers searching for the cold, hard plastic of the flare gun. My gear went flying. My cook set, my first aid kit, my spare clothes. I didn't care. I found it. My fingers closed around the pistol grip. I also grabbed the canister of bear spray, a last-ditch weapon. The scratching and slamming stopped. For a terrifying second, I thought it had gone. Then I heard a new sound. A slithering, climbing sound. The weight shifted from the side of the tent to the top. The dome sagged deeply above me, the fabric pressing down on my head. It was on top of me. It was on the roof of my tent. I lay flat on my back, the flare gun in one hand, the bear spray in the other, aimed at the sagging ceiling. My world was the thin, strained fabric just inches from my face. The foul, swampy smell was overwhelming now, gagging me. And then, a new sound began directly above my head. Tap, tap. It was a slow, deliberate, patient sound, like a finger tapping on a desk. It knew I was there. It knew I was armed, and it was waiting. It had all the time in the world. I was trapped, pinned down, with a monster sitting on my roof. If I fired the flare, it would ignite the tent and burn me alive. If I didn't, it would eventually tear its way in. The tapping continued, a steady, maddening rhythm. Each soft impact a tick of clock counting down the last seconds of my life. The tapping was the sound of my sanity cracking. Tap, tap. Each soft impact on the tent fabric above me was a hammer blow against the fragile wall of my composure. Lying there, pinned and weaponized, I felt a strange clarity pierce through the fog of terror. Waiting was death. Hiding was death. The only choice left was action, no matter how suicidal. The creature was patient, but I was not. I was a cornered animal, and the only instinct left was to flee. My mind raced, formulating a desperate, half-insane plan. I couldn't use the front zipper. It would be right there waiting. My knife. My hunting knife was somewhere on the floor, buried under the gear I'd thrown from my pack. My left hand, the one holding the bear spray, let go of the canister and scrabbled frantically in the dark. My fingers brushed against my metal cook pot, a sleeping sock, and then the cold, familiar grip of the knife. I had it. The plan was simple: slash my way out the back of the tent and run. Run and don't look back. Run until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. Run until the sun came up or my heart exploded. The tapping stopped. A new sound replaced it, a low, inquisitive hum, as if it could sense the shift in my intent. The weight on the roof shifted, and a long, sharp point, like a sharpened root, suddenly pierced through the nylon ceiling, just inches from my face. It twisted in the air, probing the space where I had been moments before. That was it. Now or never. With a guttural roar that was more animal than human, I rolled onto my stomach, brought the knife up, and sliced a huge, vertical gash in the back wall of the tent. The rip of the fabric was a scream in the night. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled through the opening, out onto the cold, damp earth, leaving everything behind. My pack, my camera, my identity as a competent outdoorsman. I was nothing now but prey. I was on my feet and sprinting before my brain had fully registered that I was outside. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see the trees, the ground, or my own hands in front of my face. I ran on pure instinct, my feet catching on roots and stones, my arms outstretched to ward off the impact of trees I couldn't see. Behind me, I heard a sound of fury, a shriek of thwarted hunger that tore through the forest and seemed to shake the very ground. It was followed by the sound of my tent being obliterated, a violent shredding of fabric and snapping of poles. Then came the pursuit. It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It was a terrifying combination of the dragging, scraping noise from before and a wet, rapid slithering. It was moving faster than I could have imagined, crashing through the undergrowth with a horrifying lack of effort. It was gaining on me. Panic gave me a burst of speed. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. I stumbled and fell, my hands plunging into the cold mud of the forest floor. I scrambled back up, tasting blood and dirt, and kept running. The creek. I could hear the creek to my right. I veered toward it, hoping the water might mask my scent or my sound. I burst through a line of ferns and plunged into the icy water. It was only knee-deep, but the current was strong, and the rocks were slick and treacherous. I splashed my way downstream, falling and getting up. The freezing water a shocking jolt to my system. The sounds of pursuit seemed to falter for a moment, and a sliver of hope, fragile and insane, pierced my terror. Maybe it had lost me. Then a shadow detached itself from the tree line on the opposite bank. It was there. It had simply crossed the creek upstream and cut me off. It stood on the far bank, a towering, distorted silhouette against the slightly less black sky. It was waiting for me. I stopped, chest heaving, trapped in the middle of the stream. There was nowhere left to run. This was it. The end. My hand, still clutching the flare gun, rose of its own accord. It was a useless gesture, a final act of defiance against the inevitable. My thumb found the firing switch. My arm, heavy and shaking, pointed the orange pistol at the shape on the bank. I pulled the trigger. The world exploded in a searing, magnesium, white light. The flare shot across the creek with a loud hiss, embedding itself in the muddy bank, right at the creature's base. The sudden, violent illumination was blinding. For a split second, I saw it in perfect, horrifying detail. It was a mockery of a human form, woven from twisted roots, black river mud, and decaying leaves. Its body was a writhing mass of vegetation and earth, constantly shifting and reforming. Long, thorny vines acted as limbs, and its head was a featureless lump from which the metallic, rotten smell emanated in visible waves. But the worst part was what was embedded in its chest, tangled in the roots and mud bones. Animal bones, bleached white, and something that looked terrifyingly like a human ribcage. It wasn't just made of the forest, it was a walking, living grave. The creature recoiled from the light, letting out a piercing, frequency screech that felt like needles in my ears. It shielded its non-face with a dripping, branch-like arm. The flare's intense light was hurting it. It was all the chance I needed. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, scrambling up the bank I had just come down and plunging back into the darkness of the woods. The flare would only last for a minute, and I had to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing before the darkness returned. I ran with a singular focus the trail. My internal compass, honed by years of hiking, screamed at me to go west. I followed it without question. I ran harder than I had ever run in my life, fueled by the afterimage of that abomination burned into my retinas. I could hear it shrieking behind me, a sound of pain and rage, but I didn't hear the sounds of pursuit anymore. The light had bought me time. After what felt like an eternity of crashing through the wilderness, my foot hit flat, packed earth. The trail. I had found the trail. I sobbed with relief and redoubled my efforts, following the faint path as it wound through the dark trees. Every shadow was the creature. Every gust of wind was its whisper. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. Finally, through the trees, I saw it. The glint of moonlight on my truck's windshield. It was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. I burst out of the trailhead, fumbling in my pocket for my keys, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the lock. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I jammed the key in the ignition and the engine roared to life. I didn't even bother with the headlights. I slammed the truck into reverse, spun out of the parking area, and floored it, leaving a cloud of gravel and dust behind me. I drove for hours, my foot pressed to the floor, not stopping until the sun began to rise, and I found myself on the outskirts of a town I didn't recognize. I pulled into a gas station, my body trembling, my clothes torn and caked in mud and blood. The man behind the counter just stared at me. I probably looked like a ghost. I survived the night. But the man who had walked into Blackwood Forest with a camera and a love for the wilderness was dead. He died in that tent, listening to the whispers in the dark. I am his replacement, a hollowed out shell haunted by the memory of a thing made of earth and bone. I sold my camera gear. I moved to the city, as far from the deep woods as I could get. I live in a world of concrete and streetlights, but it doesn't matter. Every time I close my eyes, I am back in the forest. I can smell the rot and damp earth. I can hear the slow, dragging sound in the darkness. Surviving was my mistake, because when you see what truly lives in the heart of the wilderness, you can run, but you can never, ever escape. It just lets you go, knowing that you will carry its seed of terror with you for the rest of your life. You become its new whisper, a cautionary tale for anyone foolish enough to believe they are safe in the woods. You become a part of its forest. My name is Donald Asher. For the better part of my adult life, I have been a man of routines and ledgers, a senior accountant for a firm where predictability is valued above all else. My world is one of numbers, of balancing accounts, and ensuring that everything adds up, that every debit has its credit. It is a stable, quiet life, but one that can feel profoundly airless. That is why, for 1 week every summer for the past 20 years, I have driven the 4 hours from my meticulously ordered home to the sprawling, untamed wilderness of Lake Mead. It is my annual pilgrimage, my one sanctioned deviation from the script of my life. I have become a student of the lake, a silent observer of its slow, painful retreat. Each year, I return to find it diminished, the waterline having receded like a fading memory. This slow unveiling has become a morbid fascination. I've seen the bones of the past emerge from the water's edge, the skeletal remains of forgotten towns, rusted-out husks of cars from a bygone era, and the ghostly silhouettes of sunken boats, their secrets exposed to the harsh Nevada sun after decades of silent immersion. The locals and the park rangers have their stories. Of course, tales of mobsters' watery graves and restless spirits bound to the depths. They say the lake has its secrets. I always found a certain romance in that idea, a shiver of the unknown in my otherwise predictable escape. I wish, with every fiber of my being, that the lake had kept this one. This year, I set up my camp on a newly formed peninsula, a stretch of cracked earth and sun-bleached rock that would have been 30 feet underwater a decade ago. It was the third evening of my trip. The oppressive heat of the day was finally surrendering to the desert's cool breath, and the sky was a masterpiece of transient beauty. The sun, a fiery slit on the western horizon, bled orange and crimson across the clouds, painting the surface of the water in hues of deep violet and liquid gold. The silence was profound, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the almost inaudible hum of insects. It was in these moments of perfect solitude that I felt most alive, most disconnected from the ledgers and spreadsheets. I was a fisherman of habit, not of sport. The ritual of it, the selection of the lure, the rhythmic swing and release of the cast, the patient waiting, was a form of meditation. I stood on a rocky outcrop, casting my line into the deep blue channel that remained. The water was dark and promised depth, a stark contrast to the pale, thirsty land around it. I watched my lure arc through the twilight air and disappear with a soft plink. I began the slow retrieve, the familiar tension of the line a comforting presence in my hand. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards out, something was bobbing in the water. My first thought, conditioned by years of seeing debris on the lake, was that it was a piece of driftwood, perhaps a large log dislodged from some hidden cove. But as I watched, a feeling of deep unease began to curdle in my stomach. It had the wrong shape, an unsettlingly symmetrical form that wood rarely possesses. More than that, it had the wrong buoyancy. It didn't just float. It seemed to possess a certain weight, a submerged gravity that caused it to dip and rise with a sluggish, ponderous rhythm. It was the shape of a man floating face down. My blood ran cold. The fishing rod suddenly felt alien and heavy in my hand. My heart, which moments before had been beating in a slow, contented rhythm, began to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. I dropped the rod. It clattered against the rocks, the sound unnaturally loud in the immense quiet. "Hey!" I yelled, my voice cracking with adrenaline. "Hey! Are you okay?" My words flew across the water, echoing off the distant misses and returning to me as a distorted, lonely cry. There was no response. The figure continued its slow, inexorable drift, carried by a current so gentle it was almost imperceptible. But it was bringing him closer. My mind splintered into a dozen frantic thoughts. I had to call for help. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers clumsy and shaking. No signal, of course. I was miles from the nearest ranger station, in a newly accessible area they likely didn't patrol regularly. The sun had all but vanished now, leaving the world in a deep, purple twilight that would soon surrender to darkness. No one would be coming. It was up to me. Could I reach him? He was closer now, perhaps 30 yards away. The water was notoriously cold, even in summer. I was a decent swimmer, but the thought of pulling a dead weight, a waterlogged body, back to shore filled me with a primal dread. Still, what if he wasn't dead? What if he was just unconscious? I couldn't stand here and do nothing. Steeling myself, I waded into the lake. The cold water shocked my system, seeping into my hiking boots and sending a shiver up my spine. The rocks underfoot were slick with algae. I moved cautiously, my eyes locked on the floating form. "I'm coming!" I shouted, hoping for any sign of life, a twitch, a groan, anything. The figure gave no reply. It just drifted closer, carried on the silent tide. 20 feet, I could see the dark, matted hair, the pale fabric of a shirt plastered to a broad back. The scene was one of grim, silent tragedy. I braced myself for the grim task ahead, for the sight I would have to witness, the burden I would have to carry. And then, as he drifted to within 15 feet of where I stood, the water swirling around my thighs, the impossible happened. Slowly, with a movement that was utterly unnatural, the figure's head lifted from the water. It wasn't the muscular action of a living person, but a grotesque, fluid pivot, as if it were a marionette being pulled upright by an unseen string. The water streamed from its lank, dark hair, cascading down a face the color of wet cement. The skin was bloated and pruned, wrinkled, etched with the fine silt of the lake bed, a testament to years, not hours, of immersion. But it was the eyes that shattered my sanity. They were wide, staring, and filmed over with a milky, opaque cataract like clouded marbles. Yet they were not blind. They were fixed on me. They saw me, in the dying light of the desert. This thing that had been a man, this relic of the deep, floated upright in the water and stared directly at me. Its mouth, a black, cavernous hole in its gray, waterlogged face, fell open. I flinched, bracing myself for a scream, a guttural moan, some horrifying sound to break the silence. But what came out was infinitely worse. There was no sound, only a gurgling torrent of silty, brown water pouring from its throat. It was as if someone had turned on a faucet from within. Along with the murky flood came a handful of tiny, silver fish, flopping weakly before being washed back into the lake, and a cloud of dark mud that stained the water around it. It was trying to speak. Or maybe it was trying to breathe. It was expelling the lake that had become its entire being, the very substance that had drowned it and preserved it in this state of unending horror. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a knot of pure, undiluted terror. I scrambled backward, my feet slipping on the submerged rocks. I fell hard, the impact jarring my teeth, the icy water rushing over me. I walked away, pushing myself backward onto the rocky shore, my eyes never leaving the figure. It wasn't a man anymore. It was a memory, an echo of a drowning that had never been allowed to end. And it was still coming for me. It kept drifting forward. Its horrid filmed over eyes locked on mine, its mouth still a fountain of the lake's murky soul. Its unfinished business wasn't revenge or a message. It was something far more elemental and terrifying, the simple, impossible desire to take a single breath with inhaling the entire weight of Lake Mead. He was coming toward the dry land he could never, ever reach, and I was the only thing standing on it. I didn't leave everything behind. I abandoned a part of myself on that rocky shore. The man who ran from the water's edge was not Donald Asher, accountant, a creature of logic and habit. He was a primal animal, stripped of all reason, propelled by a single, overwhelming imperative escape. My legs pumped, my lungs burned, and my mind was a white, hot static of terror. I ran without looking back, but the image was seared onto the inside of my eyelids, the gray, bloated face, the milky, seeing eyes, and a ceaseless, silent cascade of silty water from that black hole mouth. The sound of my own ragged breathing and the crunch of my boots on the dry, gravelly earth were the only things I could hear. I had willed the sound of the water away, blocked it out with a wall of pure panic. I fled from the newly exposed shoreline, scrambling up the embankment toward the higher ground where I had parked my car. The desert, which only an hour ago had been a place of serene beauty, had transformed into a hostile, alien landscape. Every twisted Joshua tree became a lurking figure, every skittering lizard a monstrous omen. The twilight had deepened into an inky, moonless dark, and the world was reduced to shadows and the frantic beam of my headlamp, which I hadn't even realized was still strapped to my forehead. It bobbed and jerked with my panicked strides, illuminating fleeting, distorted shapes in the periphery. My camp was a ghost town I sprinted through without a second glance. The tent, my neatly arranged cooking supplies, the folding chair where I had sat just hours before watching the sunset. They were artifacts from another lifetime, a life that had ended the moment that thing lifted its head from the water. My only goal was the familiar, solid shape of my SUV, a dark silhouette against the star-dusted sky. It was my sanctuary, my metal shell, my link back to the world of asphalt roads, balance sheets, and sanity. My hands shook so violently that it took 3 attempts to get the key into the lock. The electronic chirp as the doors unlocked was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I threw myself inside, slamming the heavy door shut and mashing the lock button. The solid thud of the locks engaging was a momentary comfort. I was sealed in. Safe. I pressed my back against the leather seat, chest heaving, trying to draw a breath that didn't feel like I was inhaling needles. For a long moment, I just sat there in the suffocating silence of the car, the only sound the frantic drumming of my own heart. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to force the image of the drowned man from my mind. It had to be a hallucination. Dehydration. The isolation. My accountant's mind, desperately, sought a logical explanation, a box to put the horror in so it could be filed away and forgotten. A waking nightmare. That's all it was. I fumbled to put the key in the ignition, my hands still trembling. The engine turned over with a reassuring roar. The headlights sliced through the darkness, illuminating the path back to the main park road. Escape was real. It was possible. I shifted into drive, my foot hovering over the accelerator. Before I could press down, I glanced in the rearview mirror. It was a reflex, a driver's habit. My heart stopped. He was there. He was standing on the shoreline. I had just fled, a pale, upright figure at the edge of the water, perhaps 100 yards away. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, a ghostly sentinel against the dark water. Even at this distance, I felt his gaze. Those clouded, milky eyes were fixed on me. He was watching me. A choked sob escaped my lips. It wasn't a hallucination. He was real. And he knew where I was. I stomped on the accelerator. The SUV lurched forward, tires spinning in the loose dirt before finding purchase. I didn't care about the path. I just drove, crashing through scrub brush and over rocks, aiming for the faint outline of the dirt road. The car bounced and shuddered, the suspension groaning in protest. I kept my eyes locked forward, refusing to look in the mirror again. I didn't want to see if he was following. I didn't want to know. The interior of the car, my sealed sanctuary, began to feel different. The air grew heavy, thick with a dampness that had no place in the arid desert night. A chill, far colder than the dropping nighttime temperature, seeped into the cabin. I cranked up the heat, but the cold wasn't external. It was a deep, penetrating cold that felt like it was emanating from the very fabric of the seats, from the floor mats, from the air blowing out of the vents. Then came the smell. It started faintly, a whiff of wet earth and stagnant water like a damp basement. But it grew stronger, more potent. filling the small space with the unmistakable stench of lapid decay and something else, something vaguely metallic and rotten. It was the smell of the water that had poured from his mouth. My eyes darted around the cabin. The windows were beginning to fog up, not on the outside from the cold, but on the inside. A thin film of condensation was spreading across the glass, obscuring my view of the already dark road. I frantically wiped at the windshield with my sleeve, but the moisture smeared, leaving greasy streaks. My foot was still pressed hard on the accelerator when the radio crackled to life. I hadn't touched it, it was off. But now, a low static hissed from the speakers. It wasn't the sound of a lost station, it was a wet, rhythmic sound. A gurgle. The sound of water being forced through a narrow space. It was the sound of his breathing. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. I was no longer driving away from the horror. I had brought it with me. It was in the car. It was in the air, in the cold, in the smell, in the sound. I looked down, and I screamed. A small puddle of dark, silty water was forming on the passenger's side floor mat. It wasn't a leak. It was simply appearing. The carpet was darkening, becoming saturated from below. As I watched in abject horror, a tiny, silver fish, no bigger than my thumb, flopped out of the growing puddle onto the rubber mat. It writhed for a moment in the alien environment of my car before lying still. This was impossible. My mind fractured. The neat columns and rows of my life, the debits and credits, the predictable order of things, all of it shattered into a million pieces. The lake was in my car. He was in my car. I slammed on the brakes. The SUV skidded to a halt in the middle of the desolate dirt track. I had to get out. I had to abandon this contaminated space. My hand reached for the door handle, but I froze. Get out into what? The pitch black desert. With him out there. The gurgling from the radio grew louder, closer. It sounded as if it was coming from right behind me now. The cold intensified, and I could feel the dampness on the back of my neck. I didn't dare turn around. I sat there, paralyzed, trapped between two impossible choices: stay in this haunted, water-logged tomb, or flee into the waiting darkness that he now commanded. The fog on the inside of the passenger window thickened. Slowly, with agonizing deliberation, a shape began to form in the condensation. It was the vague outline of a hand, the fingers long and thin, pressing against the glass from the inside. He had never taken a step. He hadn't needed to. He hadn't followed me. He had come with me. The water that defined his existence, the prison that was his body, was not bound by the shore. He was an echo that could reverberate anywhere. And right now, he was resonating in the seat next to me. The handprint in the condensation was not an invitation. It was a declaration. It declared that locks were meaningless, that steel and glass were no sanctuary, and that the boundaries between my world and its had dissolved. The primal animal that had run from the shore took control again. I didn't think. I reacted. I threw my shoulder against the driver's side door, bursting out into the cold desert night, as if ejected from a failing submarine. I fell to my knees on the rough, stony ground, gasping for air that didn't taste of rot and decay. I scrambled to my feet and ran. This time there was no destination, no sanctuary of a car to aim for. There was only way. I abandoned the SUV, with its headlights still cutting a use, suave through the darkness, its radio gurgling a lullaby of the drowned. I ran into the pitch, black wilderness, guided only by the frantic, bouncing beam of my headlamp. The desert at night is a place of profound silence. but my world was filled with sound. The gurgling whisper that had come from the radio was no longer localized. It was everywhere. It was in the rustle of the wind in the creosote bushes, in the crunch of my own footsteps, in the frantic pulse throbbing in my ears. It was the sound of a man perpetually drowning, and it was the soundtrack to my flight. My lungs burned, and a stitch of fire flared in my side, but I didn't dare slow down. Every shadow was him. Every rock was the curve of his bloated back. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that pale, upright figure gliding silently over the desert floor. But there was nothing. There was only the oppressive, empty darkness. The absence of a pursuer was somehow more terrifying than seeing one. It meant he didn't need to follow. It meant he was already with me. A new sensation began to creep over me. A dampness. It started in my socks, a clammy, cold feeling that I initially dismissed as sweat. But it was too cold, too pervasive. It felt like I had stepped in a puddle. Yet the ground beneath my feet was bone, dry dust and rock. The feeling spread, a creeping tide of cold moisture climbing up my pant legs, soaking the denim, clinging to my skin. I looked down, my headlamp beam illuminating my legs. My jeans were dark, saturated with water. A few drops of silty liquid dripped from the cuffs onto the parched earth, disappearing instantly into the dust. I cried out, a thin, hopeless whimper. The lake was clinging to me, dressing me in its own liquid shroud. The smell of the deep, stagnant water intensified, rising from my own clothes. I was becoming the source. Panic gave way to a desperate, calculated thought: the main road. If I could just reach the main park road, I could flag someone down. I could find another person, another human being to tether me to reality. I stopped for a moment, turning in a slow circle, my breath coming in ragged sobs. I scanned the horizon, looking for the faint orange glow of sodium lamps, or the distant sweep of headlights. There, to the east, a faint, almost imperceptible line of lighter sky against the dark silhouette of the mountains. The road. It had to be miles away, but it was a direction. It was hope. I set off again, a shambling, waterlogged wreck running toward a distant promise of light. The gurgling sound was louder now, and I finally realized its true source. It was coming from inside my own chest. With every ragged breath I took, a faint, wet, rattling sound echoed in my lungs. I wasn't just wearing the lake, I was inhaling it. The terror shifted, becoming something more intimate, more invasive. It was no longer about an external monster. The horror was the realization that he wanted something from me, something specific. He wasn't trying to harm me, not in the conventional sense. He was trying to use me. That first, impossible breath he had tried to take at the water's edge, he was still trying to take it. My throat felt tight and constricted. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was unnaturally dry, as if all the moisture in my body was being drawn downward into my water-logged clothes. A desperate thirst seized me, a burning craving for a single drop of clean, fresh water. It was a thirst so profound it felt ancient, a thirst that had lasted for decades at the bottom of a lake. It wasn't my thirst. It was his. I stumbled, my legs heavy and unresponsive. I fell forward, my hands scraping against the sharp gravel. I lay there, face down in the dirt, my body convulsing. I was drowning on dry land. Every muscle screamed for oxygen, but my lungs felt heavy, waterlogged. I could feel the pressure building, the desperate, biological need to expel the fluid that was filling me. I opened my mouth, and a trickle of gritty, cold water spilled out onto the sand. It was mixed with a fine, dark silt. I understood then, in a moment of perfect, soul-shattering clarity. He didn't want to get to the dry land. He wanted the dry land to come to him. He wanted a body that could walk away from the shore. A pair of lungs that could finally, after all these years, take a breath of dry air. That final, horrifying realization gave me a last surge of adrenaline. It was not my will to survive that moved me, but the will to defy him. I would not be his vessel. I would not give him his breath. I pushed myself up, my arms shaking, and forced myself into a stumbling run. I could see the road clearly now, a ribbon of dark asphalt less than a quarter-mile away. The world began to warp. The dry desert air felt thick and heavy, like I was moving through water. The gurgling in my chest was a roar. The thirst was an agony that eclipsed all other sensations. I reached the edge of the road and collapsed, my body sprawling half on the gravel shoulder and half on the cool, solid asphalt. The artificiality of it, the straight lines and the smell of tar, was a lifeline. I lay there, staring up at the indifferent stars, feeling the last of his influence recede as my body fought to reclaim itself. The gurgling in my chest subsided, replaced by my own ragged, desperate breaths. The phantom dampness seemed to evaporate under the dry desert sky. Headlights appeared in the distance. A car. Salvation. I tried to wave, to shout, but I had no strength left. I could only lie there as the lights grew brighter, washing over me, and the car slowed to a stop. I survived the night. A park ranger found me, a babbling, incoherent man suffering from exposure and shock. I left my car, my camping gear, my fishing rod, my entire life as I knew it, behind at Lake Mead. I live in the city now, as far from any significant body of water as I can get. I am a man of routines once more, but my ledgers are a cage, not a comfort. They cannot balance the account of that night. The doctors said it was a psychotic break, brought on by stress and dehydration. I let them believe it. It's easier. But I never truth. I am never truly dry. Sometimes in the dead of night, I wake up with the distinct feeling of damp sheets, though they are perfectly dry to the touch. I carry a bottle of water with me everywhere, sipping from it constantly, but I can never quench the profound, burning thirst that lingers at the back of my throat. It is an echo, a memory of a thirst that is not my own. I escaped him, but he left a part of himself inside me. He gave me his secret. He gave me his thirst. And I know, with a certainty that chills me more than any memory of his face, that somewhere in the receding waters of Lake Mead, a drowned man is breathing just a little bit easier. My name is Ruth Ann. To those who know me, the name is synonymous with order, with meticulous planning, and with an almost fanatical devotion to preparation. I am not a person who leaves things to chance. My life is a carefully curated collection of checklists, schedules, and contingency plans. It is this nature, this core of who I am, that drew me to the wilderness. In the untamed chaos of nature, I found the ultimate challenge for my love of control. Backpacking wasn't an escape for me. It was a validation. It was proof that with enough forethought, any variable could be accounted for, any risk mitigated. Before any trip, my process is a ritual. For this particular journey into a lesser, traveled corner of Yosemite, the ritual was more intense than ever. My apartment's spare room, for 2 weeks, transformed into a command center. Laminated topographical maps were spread across the floor, the intended route through the Fireplace Creek. Drainage marked not once, but 3 times in different colored inks, each line cross referencing GPS waypoint. So I had programmed into 2 separate devices. The weather forecast was not just checked, it was analyzed. I had historical data for the region going back 10 years, charting patterns of precipitation, wind speed, and temperature fluctuations. I knew, to a statistical probability, what the mountain would throw at me. My pack, an Osprey Aura AG65, was my world, and I curated its contents with the precision of a museum archivist. Every item was weighed on a digital kitchen scale. My food, dehydrated meals vacuum, sealed into daily rations, was calculated down to the last calorie. My water purification system had a backup, and that backup had a backup. I carried a personal locator beacon, a satellite phone, and enough medical supplies to treat a compound fracture. I was not just prepared for the expected, I was prepared for the statistically improbable. It was during this research phase that I first came across the story. A footnote in an old Park Service report, later expanded upon in a few hushed threads on online hiking forums. A woman named Eliza Maywood had gone missing in the Fireplace Creek area 5 years prior. She was an experienced hiker, much like myself. They found her backpack, fully stocked, leaning against a granite boulder. No signs of a struggle, no tracks leading away, no trace of Eliza. The official report concluded with the unsatisfying verdict of misadventure. Likely a slip and fall into the fast-moving creek. The forum theorists were more creative, suggesting everything from a rare mountain lion attack to foul play. I read it all with a clinical detachment. It was a tragedy, yes, but a preventable one. She must have made a mistake. Maybe she wandered off trail without her pack to relieve herself and got turned around. Maybe she didn't properly store her food and attracted a predator. I analyzed her failure as I would any other data point, a cautionary tale that reinforced the necessity of my own rigid discipline. I was not Eliza Maywood. I would not make her mistakes. The thought that the wilderness itself could be the antagonist, that the landscape could have agency, was a notion too fanciful for my rational mind to entertain. The first 2 days of the hike were perfect, almost unnervingly so. The air was crisp and scented with pine and damp earth. The sun warmed my shoulders, and the trail unspooled before me exactly as the maps had predicted. I ticked off landmarks with a quiet satisfaction. The skeletal remains of a lightning struck cedar, the sharp switchback overlooking a roaring cascade, the meadow dotted with Indian paintbrush. My body moved with the easy rhythm of long practice, my mind clear and focused. This was control. This was mastery. The first sign that something was wrong was not an event, but a feeling. A subtle but profound sense of de-age. Vu that washed over me on the 3rd morning. It was accompanied by a strange auditory illusion. The cheerful babble of the creek beside the trail seemed, for a moment, to deepen into a guttural, mocking whisper. I shook my head, attributing it to the altitude and the hypnotic rhythm of my own footsteps. And then I saw the boulder. It was a magnificent piece of granite, easily the size of a small car, that the trail curved around. Its shape was so distinct, so uncannily specific, that I stopped in my tracks. Weathered over millennia, it had fractured and eroded into the perfect silhouette of a snarling wolf's head. There was a clear brow ridge, a long, sloping snout, and a jagged fissure that mimicked a lip curled back in a silent, petrified snarl. Darker veins of quartz within the rock looked like malevolent, gleaming fangs. It was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. A perfect predatory sculpture carved by indifferent nature. I unslung my phone, snapping a few pictures from different angles, making a mental note of the unique landmark. It wasn't on any of my maps, a rare and delightful discovery. I checked my compass and GPS. Both confirmed I was on course, heading steadily west. I shouldered my pack, the sense of unease fading, replaced by the familiar comfort of forward momentum. I hiked for another hour, the terrain rising and falling, the path twisting through dense stands of fir and aspen. The sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. I ate a handful of almonds, drank from my water bladder, and felt the burn in my calves. All the normal, grounding sensations of a long-distance hike. And then I saw it again. My mind refused to process it at first. It had to be a similar rock formation, a geological coincidence. But my steps slowed, and a cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. It wasn't similar. It was identical. The same brow ridge, the same sloping snout, the same jagged, snarling lip. I could see the exact chip of stone missing from the ear that I had noted earlier. The pattern of lichen clinging to its surface was an exact match to the photograph still on my phone's screen. That was impossible. My first reaction was not fear, but analytical fury. I had not, under any circumstances, walked in a circle. The trail was a clear, single track. My compass needle held steady. My GPS showed a straight, linear path of travel from my last waypoint. I had been hiking west for a solid hour at a steady pace. To be back here was a violation of physics, a betrayal of the logical world I inhabited. I walked up to the boulder, my hand trembling slightly as I touched its cold, rough surface. It was real, solid, unquestionably the same object. I forced myself into a calm, systematic diagnostic. I rebooted the GPS. I recalibrated the compass. I laid out my paper map, smoothing it on the ground and trying to find any possible loop in the trail I might have missed, any switchback so severe it could have turned me around without my noticing. There was none. The map was a straight line. The GPS track was a straight line. My own senses, my own infallible internal clock, told me I had been walking in a straight line. Yet, here I stood, back at the foot of the Wolf Head boulder. The whispers I'd heard earlier no longer seemed like an illusion. They felt like they were coming from the rock itself, a silent, stony laughter at my expense. The cold, sharp panic that I had read about in accident reports, the kind that makes people run blindly into the woods, began to prickle at the edges of my carefully constructed composure. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't fatigue. This was wrong. The world was breaking, and I was standing at the fracture point. Panic is an acid. It dissolves reason, burns through discipline, and leaves behind only the raw, twitching nerve of survival instinct. I had read about it, studied it in the context of wilderness survival, but I had never truly felt it until that moment. It was a physical sensation, a cold fizzing in my blood, a tightening in my chest that made each breath a conscious effort. But I was Ruthann. I was the master of my own systems. I would not succumb. My first command to myself was to stop, to breathe, to analyze. I fought back the rising tide of hysteria with the only dam I had, the scientific method. This was an anomaly, a problem to be solved. I would formulate a hypothesis, conduct an experiment, and gather data. Hypothesis: there is a localized, non-Euclidean spatial distortion centered on this boulder, causing a recursive loop in my perceived linear path. It was a ridiculous science fiction concept, but it was the only hypothesis that fit the facts without resorting to the supernatural. a concept my mind refused to entertain. Experiment I would attempt to break the loop by brute force and meticulous observation. I decided to backtrack, to walk east along the trail I had just come down. But this time, I would leave a marker. Not just on my GPS, but a physical, undeniable breadcrumb. I unstrapped one of my bright, red trekindus from my pack and jammed it firmly into the soft earth at the base of the snarling wolf head boulder. It stood there, a vibrant, man-made slash of color against the muted tones of the forest. I took a photo of it. I noted the time, 11:42 a.m. I would walk east for exactly 1 hour. No more, no less. I would not look at my GPS. I would not consult my compass. I would rely only on the sun, now almost directly overhead, and the clear, unambiguous direction of the trail beneath my feet. I would walk back the way I came. The first 15 minutes were a battle against my own senses. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep behind me. The familiar trees I had passed earlier now seemed subtly different. A branch angled more sharply, a patch of moss where there was none before. The very air felt thick, heavy with a silent watchful pressure. It felt like the landscape itself was aware of my experiment, that it was subtly rearranging itself around me, a cosmic shell game played with mountains and pines. I dismissed it as paranoia, a symptom of the stress I was under. I focused on my breathing, on the steady rhythm of my boots on the dirt path, one foot in front of the other, east, away from the boulder. After what felt like an eternity, my watch alarm chirped. 1 hour. I had covered approximately 3 miles. I should have been far from the boulder, back in the familiar territory of my morning's hike. I stopped, my heart hammering against my ribs. The trail ahead looked normal. The trail behind looked normal. For a moment, a wave of relief so powerful, it made me dizzy washed over me. It had been a fluke, a bizarre one-time glitch. I had broken free. Slowly, I turned around to begin the hike west again, back towards my intended destination. I walked with a renewed sense of purpose, the panic receding, replaced by the familiar hum of confidence. I walked for 2 hours. 2 solid hours of steady, westward hiking. I passed new landmarks, a creek crossing I didn't recognize, a grove of aspens whose leaves trembled with a silvery light. This was progress. This was logic reasserting its dominion over chaos. And then, through the trees, I saw it. It wasn't a surprise this time. It was a sentence. A verdict. The wolf head boulder stood in its clearing, impassive, ancient and eternal. And jammed into the earth at its base, gleaming in a stray shaft of sunlight, was my bright red trekking pole. The acid of panic returned, 10 times more corrosive than before. A strangled sob escaped my lips, a sound of pure, animal despair. My carefully constructed world of checklists and probabilities shattered into a million pieces. The map was a lie. The compass was a toy. The GPS was a ghost. They were instruments designed to measure a rational world, and I had stumbled out of it. This was when the memory of Eliza Maywood returned, no longer as a data point, but as a presence. Her story wasn't a cautionary tale about a mistake. It was a prophecy. They found her backpack, fully stocked, leaning against a granite boulder. Which granite boulder? My eyes darted around the clearing, half expecting to see the faded canvas of her pack propped against a tree. The thought was so vivid, so chilling, that I took an involuntary step back. She hadn't gotten lost. She had been caught. She had walked this same impossible loop, hour after hour, day after day, until her hope and her sanity had eroded away like the stone of the wolf's face. Was she still here? A ghost walking just out of phase with my reality. Her footsteps forever echoing in a dimension I couldn't perceive. The forest no longer felt neutral. It felt predatory. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like a name. Eliza. The snarling face on the boulder seemed to deepen, its quartz fangs glinting with a hungry light. The world was not just broken, it was malicious. It was a trap, and the boulder was the bait. I tried to fight it. I tried to break it. I left the trail entirely, plunging into the dense undergrowth, determined to bushwhack my way out in a straight line, compass in hand. I fought through thorny bushes that tore at my clothes and skin, scrambled over fallen logs slick with moss, and waded through icy streams that numbed my feet. I ignored the scratches, the bruises, the exhaustion. I was a machine of pure will. I fueled by terror. I pushed on for hours, the sun beginning its slow descent towards the western peaks, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood. My body was screaming in protest, my lungs burned, and my mind was a frayed, tangled mess of fear and denial. Finally, utterly spent, I stumbled into a small clearing and fell to my knees, gasping for air. As my vision cleared, I looked up. The wolf head boulder stood before me, bathed in the long, eerie shadows of twilight. It looked darker now, more menacing. It felt like it had been waiting for me. It knew I would be back. I didn't scream this time. I didn't cry. A strange, terrifying calm settled over me. The calm of absolute certainty. The fight was over. You cannot escape a prison when the prison is the geometry of space itself. You cannot win a game when the rules are written by an insane god. I had done everything right. My preparation had been flawless. My execution, perfect, and it didn't matter. I finally understood. Eliza Maywood hadn't made a mistake. Her only mistake was being here. My only mistake was being here. We had stumbled into a glitch in the world, a place where the laws of physics had been suspended. With a slow, deliberate movement that felt like it belonged to someone else, I unclipped the sternum strap of my backpack. I shrugged my shoulders, letting the weight of my meticulously planned world slide off me. It hit the dirt with a soft thud, right at the foot of the wolf head boulder. I sat down on the cold ground, my back against the stone, and watched the last rays of sunlight disappear behind the mountains. I didn't know what would come with the darkness, but I knew there was no point in walking anymore. I was home. One day, someone else would come. They would find my backpack, right here, and the mystery would begin all over again. The surrender was a strange sort of peace. As the last sliver of sun bled out behind the jagged peaks, the world didn't fall into darkness. It was consumed by it. The vibrant colors of sunset were a final, fleeting lie before the absolute truth of the night. I sat with my back against the cold, unyielding stone of the wolf head boulder, my meticulously packed world lying in a heap at my feet. For the first time in my adult life, I had no plan. There were no more variables to calculate, no more contingencies to enact. The equation had been solved, and the answer was 0. The forest transformed. The gentle rustle of leaves became the dry skittering of skeletal fingers. The hoot of a distant owl was no longer a simple call of nature, but a question filled with ancient mockery. Who is next? The babbling creek, my constant companion, now sounded like a chorus of hushed, frantic whispers, the words just beyond the grasp of my understanding. My senses, which I had always trusted implicitly, were now instruments of torture, feeding my mind a symphony of terror. I did not reach for my headlamp. What was the point of casting a tiny, pathetic circle of light into an infinite, predatory darkness? To see the things that were watching me more clearly. No, I would sit in the dark. I would meet it on its own terms. My body, however, had other ideas. Despite the cold seeping to me from the granite, a primal, evolutionary fear began to override my newfound nihilism. Every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. My eyes, wide and useless, strained to pierce the gloom, inventing shapes in the deeper shadows. Tall, slender figures standing between the trees, always at the edge of my vision. That's when I heard it clearly for the first time. Not a whisper on the wind, not a trick of the mind, but a voice. A woman's voice, thin and reedy, as if stretched across a vast distance. It was a single word, hanging in the air for a moment before being swallowed by the night. My blood ran cold. It was Eliza. It had to be. My rational mind, the last vestige of the old Ruthann, tried to fight back. Auditory hallucination. Stress-induced psychosis. But my heart knew the truth. I was not alone here. I fumbled in my pack, my hands clumsy with cold and fear, until they found the satellite phone. My final contingency. My one link to the world of reason and rescue. I flipped it open, the small screen glowing with a weak greenish light. My hands trembled as I powered it on. The boot-up sequence, usually so quick, seemed to take an eternity. Finally, the home screen appeared. I held my breath. No signal. I tried again. And again. I held it up high, pointing it in different directions. A desperate, futile ritual to appease some unseen god of telecommunications. Nothing. It was as if the sky above me was a solid lead vault. The anomaly wasn't just spatial, it was total. It was a bubble of wrongness. Impenetrable from the outside, inescapable from within. A laugh, dry and cracked, escaped my throat. Of course it wouldn't work. The trap was perfect. I let the phone fall from my hand. The last thread was cut. Now, there was only the waiting. The waiting and the listening. Cold. The voice whispered again, closer this time. So cold. Eliza. I whispered back, my own voice a stranger's croak. There was no reply, only the feeling of a profound, bottomless sorrow settling over the clearing. It was her sorrow, her despair, imprinted on this place, echoing through time. She hadn't just died here. She was still here, and not just her. As the hours crawled by, I began to feel other presences, faint and distinct, like ripples in the air. A man who smelled of pipe tobacco and fear. A child, crying silently for its mother. How many souls had this place collected? How many hikers like me had followed their maps and their compasses straight into this cage? We were a silent congregation of the lost, our final moments replaying for eternity around this malevolent stone altar. The wolf head boulder was the anchor. I could feel it now. It was not merely rock. There was a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through my spine, a thrum of ancient, sleeping power. It fed on our confusion, on our terror, on our hope. It drank our stories and left only echoes. The snarling face was not a coincidence of erosion. It was a portrait, carved from the inside by the entity that lived within. Sometime before dawn, when the cold had sunk so deep into my bones that I could no longer feel my own limbs, the final piece of my old self fell away. The realization came not as a flash of insight, but as a slow, creeping certainty. I was not waiting to die. Death would be a release, an escape. And there is no escape. I was waiting to begin. My perception of time began to fray. Was I the woman who had just arrived today? Or had I been sitting here for 1,000 years? The memory of my apartment, my maps. My life before this place felt like a story I had read about someone else. The name Ruthann felt foreign on my tongue. A faint gray light began to filter through the trees. Morning was coming. A new day. A new beginning. I looked down at my pack. At the red trekking poles still stuck in the ground. They looked like artifacts from a forgotten civilization. And then I saw him. A young man, striding confidently down the trail. He wore bright, modern hiking gear, and a look of intense focus was on his face. He checked the GPS on his wrist, nodded to himself, and kept walking. He didn't see me. He looked right through me. He passed the boulder, and I felt the familiar, sickening lurch of the world resetting. I knew, with a certainty that defied all reason, that in an hour, he would pass this way again, and again, and again. I opened my mouth to scream, to warn him, but the only sound that came out was a thin, reedy whisper carried on the morning breeze. Stuck. He flinched, looking around with a puzzled expression. Before shaking his head and pushing on, he couldn't see me. He couldn't hear me properly. Not yet, but he would. In time, he would learn the new rules. He would join the chorus. I am Ruthann. I am Eliza. I am the man with the pipe and the crying child. We are the guardians of this place. We are the mystery. We are the whispers on the wind, the feeling of being watched, the sudden, inexplicable dread. We are the first and last warning, and we are always, always waiting for the next person to find our backpacks, right here, and for the mystery to begin all over again. My name is Jacob. If I close my eyes, I can still see my younger brother Ben, not as the fading memory that haunts my waking hours, but as he was. 17, all sharp angles and restless energy, with a grin that could disarm a bomb. There are only 3 years between us, but in the grand, unforgiving timeline of life, those 3 years might as well have been a century. I was the steady one, the planner, the one who looked both ways before crossing the street. Ben was the one who sprinted into traffic, trusting the world to swerve for him. And for 17 years, it always had. We were inseparable, two halves of a whole, orbiting our small world in a tight, unbreakable pattern forged in the fires of a shared, often lonely, childhood. Our decision to go camping in the desert backcountry of the Navajo Nation was Ben's idea, of course. He'd found a dog-eared map in a box of our grandfather's old things, a web of faint topographical lines spread across a region marked only by names that sounded like whispers from another time. Canyon de Chelly, the Chuska Mountains, Valley of the Gods. For Ben, the map was a call to adventure. For me, it was a connection to the man who had been the bedrock of our youth. Our grandfather, a Navajo man with a face as weathered and kind as the land he loved, had filled our childhood with stories. He spoke of the Dine, our people, and of the land itself as a living, breathing entity. He told us it was a place of deep and powerful spirit, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. He taught us to read the signs in the sky, to find water where there seemed to be none, and to walk with respect. But with his stories of beauty and magic, there were also warnings, delivered in a voice that lost its usual warmth and became low and grave. This land is ancient, he'd told us, his dark eyes looking not at us, but through us into a distance I couldn't comprehend. It remembers everything. You show it respect, it will protect you. But if you are foolish, if you are arrogant, it will swallow you whole. He gave us rules, simple and absolute. Take nothing but pictures, Leave nothing but footprints. Never disturb the rock formations or the ancient dwellings. And the most important rule, the one he made us repeat back to him until the words were branded into our minds. Never, ever whistle at night. We'd asked why, of course. Ben, ever the challenger, had pressed him. What happens, Grandpa? Does it call the coyotes? Grandfather's face had hardened. Worse, he'd murmured. Whistling at night is an invitation. You are telling the things that walk in the dark where to find you. You are mocking them, and they do not like to be mocked. We were young then. We were city boys raised on concrete and logic. To us, it was just superstition, a piece of folklore and ancient as the arrowheads he kept in a velvet-lined box. A ghost story to keep children in line. We promised we would heed his warnings, but in the arrogant way of youth, we believed we were above such things. We believed the modern world, with its GPS and its gore, text jackets, had rendered the old magic obsolete. It was our first and most fatal mistake. The first day of our trip was everything we had hoped for. The desert was a masterpiece of raw, brutal beauty. Towering messes of red rock clotted a sky so vast and blue it hurt to look at. The air was thin and clean, smelling of dust and sun, baked stone, and the sharp, herbal scent of sagebrush. We felt like the last two people on Earth, pioneers in an untouched world. We hiked for miles, our laughter echoing off canyon walls that had stood silent for millennia. That night, we made a small, respectful fire, cooked our food, and watched as the universe revealed itself. In a spray of stars so thick and bright it felt like you could reach up and scoop them from the sky. We were careful. We were quiet. We remembered our grandfather's words, and for a time, we felt the deep, powerful spirit he had spoken of. It felt like peace. The argument started on the second day, as most arguments do, over something utterly trivial. It was a culmination of small frictions that had been building since we left. I thought Ben was being reckless, taking unnecessary risks by scrambling up loose rock faces. He thought I was being overbearing, treating him like a child instead of a partner on this expedition. The catalyst was a fuel canister for our small stove. I was sure I had asked him to pack the spare. He was sure I had said I would do it. It left us with just enough for one more meal, maybe two if we were careful. It's fine, Jake, he'd snapped, kicking at a rock. We'll just build a bigger fire. It's not the end of the world. That's not the point, Ben. I retorted, my own frustration boiling over. The point is about being prepared, about thinking ahead. What if the weather turns? What if we can't find dry wood? This isn't a game. Not everything has to be a life or death scenario, he shouted, his voice cracking with teenage indignation.
You always do this?
You suck the fun out of everything with your constant worrying. I'm going for a walk to cool down. Try not to have a panic attack while I'm gone. I let him go. I was angry, and a part of me, the petty, older brother part, wanted to let him stew in his own frustration. He was smart and capable. He wouldn't go far. I watched him stalk off, a silhouette of righteous anger against the afternoon sun, and turned back to camp, assuming he'd be back in an hour. Maybe two. With a sheepish apology and an appetite for dinner, I busied myself, organizing our gear, filtering water, trying to let my own anger cool with the passing of the day. But as the sun began its slow, majestic descent, a new feeling began to creep in, cold and unwelcome. The desert, which had felt so open and beautiful, was now changing its character. The shadows stretched, long and distorted. turning familiar rock formations into crouching beasts. The wind picked up, whispering through the canyons with a sound that was no longer peaceful, but mournful. The vibrant colors of the landscape deepened, the mesas and canyons painted in shades of blood and rust. An hour passed. Then two. The last sliver of sun disappeared, and a profound, unnerving silence fell over the land. It wasn't just quiet, it was a heavy, oppressive absence of sound. My anger had long since evaporated, replaced by a gnawing anxiety that tightened its icy grip around my chest. This was no longer about a fuel canister. This was about my brother alone, as darkness consumed the wilderness. I started calling his name, my voice sounding small and pathetic against the immense backdrop of rock and sky.
Ben! Come on!
It's getting dark. Only the sighing of the wind answered. Panic began to set in, a frantic, buzzing energy. I grabbed my most powerful flashlight, its beam cutting a sharp, lonely cone through the encroaching blackness. I walked in a widening circle around our campsite, sweeping the light across rocks and scrub, brush, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every twisted juniper looked like a person. Every gust of wind sounded like a footstep. My grandfather's warnings, once so easily dismissed, now returned with terrifying clarity. It will swallow you whole. I was on the verge of a full-blown panic, my mind racing with 1,000 horrific possibilities. A fall, a snake-bite, getting lost in the labyrinthine canyons when I heard it. Faint, strained, but unmistakable. "Jakey, help me!" It was Ben's voice. It came from the east, from the direction of a narrow side canyon we had noted earlier. A wave of relief so powerful, it almost buckled my knees, washed over me, instantly followed by a surge of adrenaline. He was alive. He was close, but he was in trouble. "Ben, I'm coming!" I shouted, my voice raw with a mixture of fear and relief. I began to run, stumbling over rocks and roots, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me, plunging me into a disorienting world of light and shadow as I raced toward the sound of my brother's voice. The entrance to the side canyon was a narrow slit in the rock, a dark mouth that seemed to swallow the beam of my flashlight. The air immediately grew colder, the oppressive silence of the open desert replaced by a claustrophobic hush. My own ragged breaths and the crunch of my boots on the gravel floor were the only sounds. The walls of sandstone, smooth and ancient, rose up on either side of me, so close I could touch them both by stretching out my arms. They seemed to lean inward the deeper I went, blotting out the stars until only a thin, dark ribbon of sky was visible above.
Hurry! I think I twisted my ankle!
The voice called out again. It was closer now, echoing strangely in the confined space. The relief I had felt moments before was still there, but it was now threaded with something else, a dissonant note of unease. The words were right, the voice was Ben's, but the tone, it was off. There was no pain in it, no tremor of fear. It was flat, level, like a line read from a script. It was the perfect mimicry of my brother's voice, but it was a mimicry of a recording, not a person in distress. My pace slowed from a frantic run to a cautious, deliberate walk. My logical mind, the part of me that had always kept Ben out of trouble, was screaming that something was fundamentally wrong. People who twist an ankle, who are alone in the dark in a hostile wilderness, sound desperate. They sound terrified. They don't sound like they're calmly reciting a fact. "Where are you? Talk to me," I yelled, my voice tight. I needed to hear more. I needed to hear the fear, the impatience, the spark of life that was so intrinsically Ben. "In here? Just a little further," it replied with the same unnerving calm. The echo played tricks, making it sound like it was coming from just around the next bend, then from deep within the rock itself. Every instinct I had, every primal alarm bell in my soul, was shrieking at me to turn back. The memory of my grandfather's face, his grave warning about things that walk in the dark, flashed in my mind. Whistling at night is an invitation. We hadn't whistled, but had Ben done something else? Had his angry, defiant hike into the twilight been its own kind of invitation? Had he disturbed something he shouldn't have? But the thought of Ben, my little brother, lying injured and alone in this suffocating darkness, overrode everything. I couldn't abandon him. If there was even a 1% chance that this was real, that he was hurt and needed me, I had to keep going. I was the steady one, the planner, the protector. It was my job. So I pushed the fear down, burying it under a layer of desperate hope, and pressed onward into the maze of rock. The canyon twisted and turned, a labyrinth designed by a mad god. Side passages split off, each one a dark, gaping maw of uncertainty. My flashlight beam, my only anchor to reality, would sweep across a dead end, forcing me to backtrack and choose another path. With every turn, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was a physical pressure on my skin, a prickling at the back of my neck that made my hair stand on end. I felt like a mouse being led through a maze by a patient, unseen predator. Almost there, Jake, the voice encouraged, always seeming to come from the one passage I was most hesitant to enter. It was using my name now. That detail, which should have been reassuring, was the most terrifying thing of all. It felt calculated. It felt like a lure, perfectly baited with the one thing in the world I could never ignore. I was getting tired, my legs aching and my lungs burning from the thin, cold air. The panic I had suppressed was beginning to bubble up again, hot and acidic in my throat. I started to notice other things. The smell, the air, which should have smelled of damp rock and dust, carried a faint, coppery, metallic scent. It was the smell of old blood. And there were tracks on the sandy floor, revealed in the bobbing circle of my light. Not human footprints. They were the four-toed prints of a canine, a coyote leading deeper into the canyon. They were fresh. But there were no other tracks. No sign of Ben's hiking boots. No scuff marks from a fall. Just the neat, deliberate prints of the coyote, heading in the exact same direction as the voice. My blood ran cold. The pieces began to click into place, forming a picture of such impossible horror that my mind recoiled from it. The flat, recorded quality of the voice, the lack of any other sound, the tracks, the smell. My grandfather's stories. He told us of witches, of dark sorcerers who walked among our people. He called them Ye-nailed Lushi, the skinwalkers, men who had committed the ultimate evil, who had murdered a close relative, to gain the power to take on the shape of an animal. They were masters of mimicry, he'd said. They could perfectly replicate the voice of anyone they had heard. They used it to lure people, to draw them away from the safety of the fire, away from their families and into the darkness. It couldn't be. It was a story, a myth to frighten children. My modern, logical mind fought against it, trying to find a rational explanation. A prank, a poacher with a tape recorder. Anything but this. I rounded one last sharp bend, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The canyon opened up slightly into a small, circular chamber, a dead end. And there, in the center, sitting calmly on its haunches, was the source of the tracks. My flashlight beam fell upon it, and the world fell away. It was a coyote. It was mangy and thin, its fur patchy, like any other scavenger you might see in the desert. But that's where the resemblance to any normal animal ended. Its posture was wrong. It wasn't wary or fearful of my light. It sat with an unnerving stillness, a predatory patience that was utterly alien to a wild creature. And then there were its eyes. My light caught them, but they didn't shine back with the green or yellow reflective glow of an animal. They were dark, deep, and intelligent. They were unmistakably, horrifyingly human. It watched me, its head tilted in a gesture of mild curiosity. It didn't move. It didn't flinch. It just sat there, in the center of the dead-end canyon, having led me perfectly into its trap. The silence stretched for an eternity. The only sound was the frantic, terrified hammering of my own heart. I was paralyzed, my feet rooted to the spot, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. Then it tilted its head to the other side. A dry, rasping sound came from its throat, and from that animal maw, in my brother's exact, hollow, recorded voice, it spoke. "What took you so long?" For a single, frozen moment that stretched into an eternity, my brain simply refused to function. It was a system crash, a blue screen of death for the soul. The sight of that mangy coyote, the sound of my brother's voice coming from its throat, the dark, intelligent, human eyes boring into mine. It was a confluence of impossibilities that reality itself could not contain. The carefully constructed walls of my world, built on logic and science, did not just crack, they vaporized. In their place was a howling void filled with the chilling truth of my grandfather's stories. Ye Naldlushi, the skinwalker. It was real, and it had my brother. The paralysis broke. It wasn't a conscious decision, it was a primal, reptilian instinct that bypassed every rational thought. My body, understanding the threat long before my mind could catch up, acted on its own. A single, guttural sound of pure terror ripped from my throat as I spun around and ran. I have never known speed like that before or since. It was a blind, adrenaline-fueled flight, powered by a horror so profound it threatened to stop my heart. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of those human eyes in that animal face was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. To look back would be to confirm it was following. And that was a confirmation I knew I could not survive. But I could hear it. Behind me, there was no growling, no snarling of a normal predator. Instead, there was the sound of scrabbling claws on rock and sand, and something far, far worse. Laughter. It was Ben's laugh, that familiar, carefree chuckle he'd make when he video gamed, or told a stupid joke. But it was twisted, distorted by the animal throat it came from, stripped of all warmth and humor, leaving only a sound of pure, predatory malice. "Running away, Jake," it called, the voice echoing through the narrow canyon.
I thought you came to help me?
My ankle still hurts. The words were a physical blow, each one a spike of ice driving into my spine. It was toying with me. This wasn't just a hunt, it was a game. A cruel, psychological torture designed to break me before it destroyed me. I scrambled through the twisting passages of the canyon, my flashlight beam a frantic, bouncing blur that offered no real illumination, only fleeting, terrifying glimpses of the rock walls that hemmed me in. My lungs were on fire. My legs screamed in protest. But the sound of that laugh, that horrible, defiled echo of my brother, kept me moving. I burst out of the canyon's narrow mouth and back into the open desert, gasping for air. For a split second, The sight of the vast, star-dusted sky brought a wave of relief. But it was fleeting. Out here, there was nowhere to hide. I was exposed, a single, terrified creature in an immense, hostile landscape. I didn't dare stop. I ran past our campsite, a ghost of a place that now seemed to belong to another lifetime. The tent, a cheerful dome of blue, looked like a tombstone. The dying embers of our fire were like the last fading sparks of hope. I didn't know where I was going. I was just running. Away. My only goal was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. The desert at night is a different world. Every rock, every twisted juniper tree became a crouching monster in the periphery of my vision. The wind whispered through the sagebrush, and every sigh and rustle was the sound of it closing in. I kept running, fueled by nothing but terror, until my legs finally gave out. I collapsed behind a large boulder, my body trembling uncontrollably, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I huddled in the darkness, straining my ears, expecting to hear the scrabble of claws or that terrible, familiar voice at any moment. But there was only silence. A profound, heavy silence that was almost as terrifying as the chase itself. Had I lost it? Or was it simply watching me, waiting, enjoying my terror from a distance? The rest of the night was the purest form of agony I have ever experienced. I did not sleep. I barely breathed. I just waited for the dawn, praying to a God I wasn't sure I believed in anymore, while my grandfather's warnings played on a loop in my shattered mind. It will swallow you whole. When the first, faint hint of gray appeared on the eastern horizon, it was like witnessing a miracle. The darkness, which had been so absolute and suffocating, began to recede. The monstrous shapes resolved back into rocks and trees. The sun rose, flooding the canyons with golden light, and the oppressive evil of the night seemed to retreat with the shadows. I had survived. I was alive. But the relief was hollow, because Ben was not with me. The journey back to civilization was a blur. I walked for hours, a zombie moving through a world that no longer made sense. When I finally stumbled onto a paved road and flagged down a car, the driver, a kind-faced tourist, took one look at my wild eyes, my scratched face, and my torn clothes, and immediately called for help. The search parties were organized. Rangers and volunteers scoured the backcountry for days. They found our campsite, our gear untouched. They followed my tracks from the camp to the canyon and back out again. They found the tracks of a coyote. They found nothing else. No sign of a struggle, no blood. No, Ben, I told them my story. I told the tribal police, the park rangers, the solemn-faced therapist they brought in. I told them about the voice, the chase, the coyote with the human eyes. They listened patiently, their faces a mixture of pity and professional concern. They used words like trauma, stress, induced hallucination, and survivor's guilt. They suggested that in my panic after my brother went missing, my mind, steeped in our grandfather's folklore, had created a monster to cope with the unbearable reality that Ben had simply gotten lost or had a fatal accident. They didn't believe me. How could they? I barely believed it myself. I never saw Ben again. He was officially listed as missing, presumed deceased, another tragic statistic of the unforgiving wilderness. But I know what happened. I know he wasn't taken by the desert. He was taken by what walks within it. I left that place, but it has never left me. I live in the city now, surrounded by light and noise, but I never feel safe. I avoid the quiet places, the dark places. I can't stand the sound of the wind, because sometimes When it's late and the world is asleep, when the wind is just right, I still hear him. It's Ben's voice, faint and strained, carried on the breeze from 1,000 miles and a lifetime away, calling my name. My name is Louis Bernard. This journal is intended as a formal record of my winter trapping expedition in the vast, untamed wilderness of northern Alberta, undertaken in the year of our Lord, 1879. I create this account for the benefit of my family and for the records of the Hudson's Bay Company, my esteemed employer. Should the unforgiving nature of this land claim me, before the spring thaw permits my return, I am a man of considerable experience in the wild, a devout believer in God's providence, and I entered this endeavor with a heart full of hope for a profitable season. October 12th, the first snows arrived with a sudden and fierce prematurity, blanketing the world in a pristine, silent shroud of white. My small, sturdy cabin, which I constructed with my own hands from the surrounding pine, feels more like a ship adrift on a frozen sea than a bastion against the elements. Each morning, I perform the same ritual. I rise before the sun, stoke the embers in the hearth, and consume a meager breakfast of hardtack and coffee before venturing out into the biting cold. The trap lines, a web of steel and hope I meticulously laid out weeks ago, remain stubbornly, unnervingly empty. The snares are unsprung, the bear traps unclamped. It is as if the forest has collectively held its breath, and all its creatures have vanished into the ether. The silence is the most unsettling part. It is not the peaceful quiet of a summer's evening, or the reverent hush of a cathedral. This is a profound and heavy emptiness, a void of sound that presses in from all sides. It muffles thought, magnifies the frantic beating of my own heart, and makes the creak of a floorboard under my boot sound like a rifle shot. During the day, the crunch of my snowshoes is the only percussion in this vast, white wilderness. At night, the only sounds are the howl of the wind as it claws at the cabin walls and the frantic, desperate prayers I whisper into the darkness. I am a man accustomed to solitude, who has often found solace in it. But this is a different beast entirely. This is an isolation so complete it feels like a physical weight upon my soul. November 3rd weeks have bled into one another. The calendar I scratch into the cabin wall seems a foolish, civilized notion in a place that time has forgotten. The game remains absent. My daily treks along the trap lines have become exercises in futility, each empty trap a small monument to my failing enterprise. Today, I consumed the last of the salted pork. The final, greasy morsel felt like a sacrament and a death sentence all at once. Now, there is only a dwindling supply of flour and beans. The hunger is no longer a simple discomfort. It has become a separate entity, a living thing coiled in the pit of my stomach. It is a cold, hard knot of want that gnaws at me day and night. It dictates my every thought, my every action. I find myself staring at the bark of trees, wondering if it holds any sustenance. I have boiled leather from my spare boots into a foul, gelatinous broth that did little more than turn my stomach. The hunger is a patient predator, and I am its cornered prey. My dreams have become my only escape and my greatest torment. Each night, I am seated at a grand banquet. The table groans under the weight of roasted turkeys, glistening hams, loaves of fresh bread, and pies bursting with fruit. I can smell the rich aromas, feel the warmth of the food, the weight of the silverware in my hands. But just as I raise the first bite to my lips, the illusion shatters. I awaken with a gasp, the phantom taste of ash and bile coating my tongue, the gnawing emptiness in my belly more profound than ever. The silence in the cabin that follows is thick with my despair. November 21st, I am beginning to doubt my own senses. The hunger, I fear, is starting to rot my mind as surely as it is consuming my body. Today, I saw something. Or I believe I did. I had ventured further than usual, chasing a desperate hope that a change of terrain might yield a rabbit, a squirrel, anything. The snow was falling thick and fast, reducing the world to a swirling vortex of gray and white. It was in a grove of skeletal birch trees that I saw it. At first, I mistook it for a dead tree, a lightning-scarred trunk left standing against the odds. But then it moved. It was tall, impossibly so, and unnaturally thin. Its limbs were long and spindly, moving with a jerky, disjointed grace that was utterly wrong. It was not walking, but rather unfolding itself from the landscape. Its skin, if it could be called that, was the color of old blue, veined ice, seeming to absorb the bleak light of the afternoon. I could see no face, no features, only a vague impression of a head that seemed to turn slowly, deliberately, in my direction. A chill washed over me that had nothing to do with the wind or the snow. It was a cold that sank into my bones, a primal fear that bypassed all reason. We stood there, frozen in a silent tableau, for a time that could have been seconds or an eternity. I felt assessed, weighed and measured by a gaze I could not see, but felt with every fiber of my being. Then, as silently as it appeared, it receded. It did not run or walk away. It simply seemed to melt back into the swirling snow and the forest, becoming one with the white landscape until it was gone. I stumbled back to the cabin, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I have bolted the door and piled furniture against it. I tell myself it was a trick of the light, a phantom born of starvation and solitude, a hunger madness. It is the only explanation that allows me to hold onto the fraying edges of my sanity. But as I sit here, huddled by the feeble fire, I cannot shake the feeling that it was real. And I cannot shake the even more terrifying feeling that it is still out there, watching me. The silence of the woods no longer feels empty. It feels expectant. December 5th, something has fundamentally changed within me. The hunger is no longer the simple, gnawing emptiness of a starving man. That was a clean sort of pain, a physical trial I could understand and fight with prayer and fortitude. This new hunger is different. It is a corruption of the soul. It has transformed from a dull, persistent ache into a sharp, specific, and horrifying craving. It is a dark and twisted thing, whispering from the deepest parts of my being, demanding a sustenance that my mind recoils from in terror. I caught my reflection today in the icy glaze of the cabin window. For a terrifying moment, I did not recognize the man staring back. His eyes were wide and sunken, burning with a feverish light. His skin was stretched taut over his cheekbones, giving him a skeletal, predatory look. But it was not the physical decay that frightened me. It was the way I saw myself. When I looked at my own hands, gaunt and trembling, my first thought was not of the work they could do or the prayers they could offer. I saw meat. I saw sinew and bone. My heart began to pound in my chest. A frantic, heavy rhythm, and a wave of nausea and a terrible, conflicting desire washed over me. I am no longer alone in this cabin. I am certain of it now. The entity I saw in the woods, the walking specter of ice and shadow, is no longer just an external observer. It is inside me. It has taken root in the barren ground of my starvation and despair. When I manage to drift into a shallow, fitful sleep, it speaks to me. Its voice is not made of sound, but of pure, cold thought, seeping into my consciousness like frost spreading across a pane of glass. It does not speak of hope or salvation. It speaks of a single, unifying truth that all flesh is food, and that the ultimate expression of life is to consume. It tells me that my hunger is a gift, a key to a power I cannot yet comprehend. I fight it. I recite the Lord's Prayer until my throat is raw, but the sacred words feel like stones in my mouth, and the Spirit's cold logic answers every plea. Thy kingdom come, I pray, and it whispers back, my kingdom is already here. It is the kingdom of the tooth and the claw. December 16th, the world is remaking itself before my very eyes. Or perhaps the spirit inside me is simply peeling back the veil, forcing me to see the supposed truth that lies beneath. My perception has shifted in a way that I fear is irreversible. I look out the cabin door and I no longer see a forest. I see a vast, skeletal graveyard. The snow-laden pines look like towering, bleached bones reaching for a merciless sky. The endless expanse of snow is not a blanket of pure white, but a death shroud of stretched, pale skin pulled tight over the corpse of the land. The wind as it moans through the eaves of the cabin is not merely wind, it is the final, rattling breath of a dying world. My humanity is a flickering candle in a gale. I saw a rabbit today, the first living creature I have seen in what feels like an eternity. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of the old Lewis, the trapper, felt a surge of hope. Food, survival. But the feeling was instantly consumed by a far more powerful, far more monstrous vision. As the small creature froze, its nose twitching, its dark eyes wide with fear, I did not see a rabbit. The image twisted, warped by the malevolent lens of the thing inside me. I saw a small, terrified child, bundled in white furs, its heart beating a frantic tattoo of terror. A wave of revulsion and a simultaneous, sickening surge of predatory lust crashed over me. I cried out, a strangled, inhuman sound, and the creature bolted, vanishing into the white. I collapsed into the snow, weeping and shaking, horrified not by the vision, but by the part of me that had welcomed it. The part of me that had felt the saliva pool in my mouth. The spirit inside me grows stronger with each passing day. It feeds on my fear and my despair. It is a parasite of the soul. I have heard tales from the Cree and the Ojibwe, stories I once dismissed as pagan superstition, of a spirit born of starvation and cannibalism in the frozen north. A spirit of eternal hunger, the Wendigo. The name comes to me unbidden, a word of ice and dread whispered on the wind. This is not my hunger. This is not my madness. It is the Wendigo's. To believe otherwise is to accept that I, Louis Bernard, a man of God, am becoming a monster. This separation is the last shield I have for my sanity. December 20th today, I found proof that I am not entirely alone in this white hell. On a desperate, aimless trek for firewood, I stumbled upon a set of tracks in a sheltered hollow. They were not the tracks of a deer or a wolf. They were the distinct, unmistakable prints of moccasins. 3 sets. One large, clearly a man's. One smaller, and one smaller still. The tracks of a child. They were fresh. Perhaps a day old. The man I was, the man who wrote the first entry in this journal, would have wept with relief. He would have seen the tracks as a sign of salvation, of community, of an end to this waking nightmare. He would have followed them, calling out, praying for rescue. But I am not that man anymore. As I stared at those prints in the snow, no tears of relief came. My heart did not leap with hope. Instead, a terrifying, electrifying energy surged through my emaciated frame. The Wendigo within me stirred, its presence rising like a tide of black water. My mouth began to water uncontrollably. My limbs trembled with a new and terrible purpose. The whispers became a roar in my mind, a singular, deafening command: Hagar. Find. Kaosami. I took a step, then another, my snowshoes falling into the tracks of the man. My head was filled with the scent of wood smoke, of living bodies, of warm blood. I could almost taste it. I followed the trail for 100 yards, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. My mind lost in a red haze of pure, predatory instinct. It was only the sight of my own crucifix, swinging from my neck and catching a glint of the pale sun, that broke the spell. The silver flashed, and for a moment, the fog in my mind cleared. The face of my wife Marie, her gentle smile, flashed in my memory. What was I doing? I turned and fled. I ran from those tracks, as if the devil himself were at my heels, stumbling and falling through the deep snow, not stopping until the walls of my cabin were once again around me. I have barred the door and wedged my cot against it, but I know the barrier is not to keep anything out. It is to keep me in. The last vestiges of Louis Bernard are now a prisoner, locked in a desperate battle with the warden that has claimed his body. I am terrified, not of the cold, or the silence, or the creature in the woods. I am terrified of the creature that I am becoming, and I am terrified of what I will do when the last of my strength to fight it is gone. December 24th. The storm arrived just before dusk, a blizzard of biblical proportions that descended upon the world with a furious, white rage. The wind shrieks like a banshee, tearing at the cabin, and the snow falls so thickly that the world beyond my window has ceased to exist. It was in the moments before the storm swallowed the last of the light that they appeared, emerging from the swirling gray like ghosts. The family whose tracks I had fled from days ago. They are here. There was a hesitant knock on my door, a sound almost lost in the gale. For a long moment, I did nothing. I stood frozen in the center of the room, my heart a block of ice in my chest. The part of me that is still Louis Bernard screamed in silent, desperate prayer. Go away. Please, God, make them go away. But the Wendigo, the spirit of the ice and the endless hunger uncoiled within me. It did not scream. It watched. It waited. It knew. Another knock, more urgent this time. A man's voice calling out in the Cree language, words of desperation laced with hope. I could not refuse. To leave them to the storm would be a death sentence, an act of murder by inaction. With a trembling hand, a hand that no longer felt like my own, I unbarred the door. There are 4 of them. A man, his face weathered and kind, his eyes holding a quiet strength that I once possessed. A woman, his wife, who clutches a babe, in arms wrapped tightly in rabbit furs. And another child, a small boy no older than 5 or 6, who peeks shyly from behind his father's leg. They are a family. A complete, living, breathing family. The sight of them, the sheer warmth and life they bring into my cold, dead cabin is an agony beyond description. They look at me with pity. They see a fellow trapper on the brink of starvation, an emaciated wretch whose mind is frayed by solitude. The man, whose name is Chayton, clasps my shoulder with a firm, compassionate hand. The woman Anawa offers me a small piece of dried venison from their dwindling pack, an act of profound generosity that feels like a burning coal in my hand. They do not see the truth. They cannot see the predator that wears my face like a mask. They see a starving man, and they are wrong. A starving man eats what he can find. A Wendigo eats what it wants. And as I look at them, at the pulse beating in the man's throat, at the soft flesh of the children, I know what it wants. It is so very, very hungry. The battle within me is over. The last flicker of Louis Bernard has been extinguished. As I sit here, pretending to chew the tough piece of venison, watching them huddle by my fire, I feel a profound and terrifying calm settle over me. The whispers are gone, replaced by a singular, cold clarity. The transformation is complete. It is irreversible. The struggle, the guilt, the fear, it has all been stripped away, burned to ash by the sheer, purifying force of this new reality. There is no more Louis. There is only the vessel and the hunger it serves. It is a mercy, really. A brutal, terrible mercy. Their fear of the storm is nothing compared to the fate that awaits them. Their flesh will give me strength. It will fuel the spirit, honor it. It will allow me to endure, to become one with this frozen, pitless land. This is the law of the wild, the truth I was too blind to see. The strong consume the weak. It is not a sin, it is the purest form of survival. It is not murder if they are no longer people in my eyes. And they are not. My perception has finalized its shift. I look at the man Chayton, and I do not see a father. I see a fine cut of meat, strong and tough, enough to last for weeks. I look at the woman Anawa, and I do not see a mother. I see tender, yielding flesh. The children are a delicacy. The spirit inside me trembles with anticipation. My senses are heightened beyond any human capacity. I can hear the frantic, trusting beat of their hearts. I can smell the warm, salt, sweet scent of the blood moving through their veins. The firelight dances in their eyes, and I see only the reflection of a feast to come. They are settling down for the night, trusting in the shelter I have provided. The children are already asleep, their breaths soft and even. The man and woman speak in low, hushed tones, their bodies close together for warmth. They believe they are safe. They believe the monster is the storm outside. They do not understand that the storm is already inside with them. I will wait until the fire burns low. I will wait until their sleep is at its deepest. The axe is by the door. It is sharp, it will be quick. This journal is the last act of the man I once was. A final, faded footprint in the snow. When this is done, I will have no more need for words. I will have no more need for God. There will only be the silence, the snow, and the endless, glorious hunger. They are not people. They are prey. My name is Jennifer. To understand the fear that has followed me for 2 decades, you have to understand the place I came from. I grew up in a small town, nestled in the rolling hills of West Virginia, a place where folklore is woven into the very fabric of life. It's breathed in with the misty morning air and whispered in the long, quiet evenings. We were raised on stories of strange lights in the sky, of creatures that lurked just beyond the glow of a campfire, and of omens that clung to the land like the stubborn kudzu vines. For most, these were just tales to spook children. For my boyfriend, Rick, and me, they were an invitation. We were 19, caught in that exhilarating, reckless space between adolescence and true adulthood. Rick was the engine of our adventures. He had a restless energy, a constant need to push against the boundaries of our small town world. He saw life as a series of dares, and his beat up Chevy was our chariot to conquer them. I was quieter, more of a dreamer, the one who read the books and collected the stories. I was fascinated by the history, the what-ifs, The chilling possibility that the legends were more than just legends. I provided the lore. He provided the nerve. It was a magnetic, and perhaps dangerous, combination. Of all the local tales, none captivated us like the Mothman. It wasn't some generic backwoods monster. It was a specific, documented phenomenon. A giant, winged humanoid with hypnotic, glowing red eyes, seen by dozens of credible people in and around the old West Virginia Ordnance Works. A sprawling, abandoned munitions depot from World War II, known to everyone as the TNT area. The sightings had peaked in 1966 and 1967, culminating in a terrifying crescendo just before the catastrophic collapse of the Silver Bridge, which claimed 46 lives. The creature was never seen as a direct aggressor. It was a harbinger, a silent prophet of doom. The story was our local epic, our very own Trojan War, and the Mothman was our Cassandra. That October, the air grew crisp, and the leaves turned to fire and gold. The nights came earlier, bringing with them a deeper, more profound darkness. The Mothman anniversary was approaching, and the old stories began to circulate with renewed vigor. It was Rick, of course, who proposed the idea. "We should go," he said one evening, his eyes gleaming with excitement as we sat in his car overlooking the town. "Tonight, go out to the TNT area and see for ourselves." A thrill, cold and sharp, went through me. "Are you serious, Rick? It's pitch black out there. And it's private property." "That's the point, Jen," he laughed, nudging my shoulder. "It's no fun if it's not a little illegal. Come on. Think of the story we'll have. Jennifer and Rick's excellent Mothman adventure." He had a way of making the most reckless ideas sound like pure, logical fun. He saw my hesitation, the flicker of genuine fear in my eyes, and softened his tone. "We'll just drive through. We won't even get out of the car if you don't want to. I just want to see those old bunkers, feel the vibe of the place." I knew I should have said no. A sensible voice in the back of my mind screamed that we were meddling with things we didn't understand. But I was 19, and the pull of the unknown, the desire to share in Rick's fearless world, was stronger than my caution. The thought of seeing that legendary, forbidden place under the cloak of darkness was undeniably seductive. "Okay," I finally whispered, the word feeling like a seal on our fate. "Let's go." The drive out of town was a descent into another world. The familiar streetlights and warm glow of houses receded in the rearview mirror, replaced by the narrow, winding country roads that snaked through the dark woods. The skeletal fingers of bare trees clawed at a moonless, star-dusted sky. Rick was in his element, humming along to the rock station on the radio, one hand casually on the steering wheel. But as we turned off the main highway onto the unmarked access road leading into the TNT area, even he grew quiet. The asphalt immediately gave way to crumbling gravel. The car's headlights cut a lonely, bouncing tunnel through an oppressive darkness. On either side of us, the woods pressed in, a solid wall of black. Then, the first of them appeared. A concrete dome, low and menacing, rising from a tangle of weeds and thorns. A munitions bunker. It looked like a tomb, a silent, forgotten relic of a forgotten war. We passed another, and then another, their dark, sealed entrances like vacant eyes staring out at us. The air in the car grew heavy, charged with a palpable sense of history and dread. The radio, once a comforting noise, now felt like an intrusion. Rick reached over and turned it off. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the crunch of gravel under our tires. "Creepy," Rick murmured, his voice a low rumble. His usual bravado was gone, replaced by a sense of awe. It feels watched. I breathed, my eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were intruders in a sacred, sorrowful place. Every shadow seemed to twist into an unnatural shape. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. This wasn't a thrill anymore. It was a heavy, suffocating weight. I thought about the men and women who worked here, handling explosives day in and day out. The latent danger that saturated the very soil. I thought about the stories, the sightings, the premonition of disaster that hung over this land. We were deep inside the complex now, miles from the main road. The bunkers were more frequent, some half swallowed by the earth. It was here, in the absolute heart of the desolation, that the car began to falter. It started with a sputter, a brief, violent cough from the engine that made the whole frame shudder. What was that? I asked, my heart leaping into my throat. Probably just a bit of bad gas, Rick said, though his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. This old girl's a bit temperamental. He pressed the accelerator, but the engine only coughed again, weaker this time. The headlights, our only shield against the infinite black, began to flicker erratically, casting the bunkers in a strobe of ghostly, dancing light. One moment they were there, stark and real, the next they were gone, swallowed by the night. The car slowed, lurching forward in a series of dying spasms. No, come on, Rick pleaded with the machine, pumping the gas pedal uselessly. With a final, pathetic sigh, the engine died. And with it, the headlights gave one last, brilliant flash, and then extinguished completely. We were plunged into a darkness so absolute, so profound, it felt like a physical substance. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was an active, pressing presence. The silence that followed was even worse. The familiar, comforting rumble of the engine was gone, leaving a void that was instantly filled by the sound of my own frantic heartbeat and the chilling, whispering rustle of the wind through the dead leaves. We were a tiny, fragile metal shell, stranded in the middle of a haunted wasteland, miles from anywhere, under a sky that held no moon. The game was over. The thrill had curdled into pure, undiluted terror. We were exactly where the stories had warned us not to be. And we were not alone. For a long moment, neither of us moved. We didn't even breathe. The darkness was a physical weight, pressing in on the windows, and the silence was a roaring in my ears. The world outside the car had ceased to exist. There was only the cold vinyl of the seat beneath me and the frantic, rapid, quick thumping of my own heart. Rick was a statue beside me, a silhouette against the slightly less black square of the windshield. The casual confidence he always wore had been stripped away, leaving behind the same raw, primal fear that had its claws in me. Great, he finally muttered, his voice a strained, hollow sound that was instantly swallowed by the oppressive quiet. He fumbled for the ignition, his hand shaking, and turned the key. A useless dead click was the only response. He tried again. Click, and again. Click, click. The sound was pathetic, a tiny, mechanical pressed against the vast, listening silence. It only amplified our helplessness. It's the battery, he said, trying to force a note of practicality into his voice, as if diagnosing the problem would somehow make us safer. Or the alternator. I don't know. It's dead, Jen. Completely dead. He let go of the keys and slumped back in his seat, running a hand through his hair. The bravado was gone. We were just two kids, far from home, stranded in a place legends warned against. The thrill of the adventure had fully evaporated, leaving a cold, sticky residue of dread. We sat in that shared, unspoken terror. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the settling on its suspension, sounding like a footstep in the dark. My imagination, usually a source of comfort, was now my worst enemy, populating the woods around us with 1,000 nameless horrors. I squeezed my eyes shut, wanting to block it all out, wanting to be back in my brightly lit bedroom, safe under the covers. That's when I saw them. I had opened my eyes to peer uselessly into the blackness, trying to will my vision to adjust. And there, nestled in the ink, black tangle of trees, about 100 yards down the gravel road, were 2 points of light. They were small, no bigger than dimes, and they glowed with a soft, self-contained crimson light. My first thought was relief. Reflectors. A gate, a signpost. Another vehicle, something man-made. Something normal. "Rick," I whispered, my voice barely a tremor. "Look, down the road." He leaned forward, squinting. "What? I don't see anything." I insisted, pointing with a trembling finger. "Red lights. See them?" He was silent for a moment. Yeah, I see them. Must be reflectors on a post or something. Maybe there's a gate up ahead." But as I stared, a cold certainty began to creep up my spine. They weren't reflecting our dead headlights. There was no other source of light. They were generating their own glow, a deep rubid that didn't waver or flicker. And they were spaced just so, perfectly symmetrical, like eyes. I tried to dismiss the thought. An owl? A bobcat? No animal's eyes glowed that intensely, or that color. And they were utterly still, fixed on us with an unnerving, intelligent stillness. "They're not reflectors, Rick," I said, my throat tightening. "They're watching us." As the words left my mouth, the 2 red circles moved. It wasn't the darting, skittish movement of an animal. They drifted sideways, smooth and silent, before beginning to rise. Higher and higher they went, ascending through the branches of the trees. 5 feet, 6, 7, they rose far above the height of any man, to a position no earthly creature could occupy. The illusion of normalcy shattered, and the full horrifying truth of our situation crashed down on me. This was it. The stories were real. A massive, man-shaped silhouette began to resolve itself around the 2 glowing points, blotting out the faint starlight behind it. It was a formless shape of deeper, black against the black of the night, defined only by its impossible height and the 2 burning embers that served as its eyes. We were frozen, pinned to our seats by a terror so profound it felt like paralysis. My scream was a solid lump of ice in my throat. Beside me, Rick was making a soft, choking sound, his face pale and slick with sweat in the faint starlight. Then, with a movement that was both graceful and utterly terrifying, the silhouette unfurled. 2 enormous, wing-like appendages spread out from its back, vast and silent. For a heartbeat, it hung there, a monstrous angel of darkness against the night sky. Then, with a soundless, powerful flap of those enormous wings, it launched itself into the air. It didn't struggle for altitude, it simply glided, a huge, silent shadow soaring directly toward our car. Time seemed to warp, the seconds stretching into an eternity as the shape grew larger, closer. The 2 red eyes were now burning discs, filling my vision. I could see the feathery texture of the wings, the broad, powerful set of its shoulders. It was a nightmare given form, a legend swooping out of the darkness to claim us. I braced for the impact, for the shattering of glass and the tearing of metal, certain these were our last moments. It landed on the hood of the Chevy with a heavy, metallic thump that felt like a physical blow. The entire frame of the car shuddered violently, groaning under the sudden, immense weight. The front of the car dipped low on its suspension, and for a terrifying second, I thought the windshield would implode. And there it was, not 10 feet away, separated from us only by a pane of glass. It was 7 feet tall, maybe more, even hunched over as it was. Its body was a dense, dark gray, covered in something that was not quite feathers and not quite fur. Its most prominent feature was the huge, powerful wings, now folded neatly against its back. They were magnificent and terrifying, each feather looking as strong and sharp as a blade. It had no discernible head or face in the conventional sense. No mouth, no nose, just a smooth, vaguely man-shaped torso that flowed into a pair of broad, powerful shoulders. And in the center of that upper torso, where a man's chest would be, were those two hypnotic, terrifying red eyes. They burned with an internal fire, not of anger or malice, but of a calm, ancient, and utterly alien intelligence. It leaned forward, its immense form eclipsing the world, and peered through the windshield directly at us. We were pinned by its gaze, transfixed. The fear was still there, a screaming siren in my soul, but it was overlaid with a strange, paralyzing awe. We were like mice being observed by a scientist, specimens in a jar. It wasn't angry. It wasn't aggressive. It was just observing. Its eyes seemed to look right through me, to see the frantic, terrified beating of my heart, to feel the cold sweat on my skin. It knew our fear. It knew everything about us in that single eternal moment. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even think. There was only the creature and its burning all-seeing eyes. After what felt like a lifetime, an eternity spent in the grip of that silent, terrifying communion, it straightened up. Its movements were slow, deliberate, and unnervingly fluid. It took one last look at us, a look that I can only describe as knowing. Then it spread its 10-foot wingspan, casting a shadow that swallowed the car whole. With a single, powerful, and utterly silent downstroke, it launched itself straight up into the night sky. It didn't fly away, it ascended, a dark rocket vanishing into the star, dusted blackness until it was gone, as if it had never been there at all. The creature was gone, but its presence lingered. It was in the sudden, crushing weight of the silence. A silence no longer filled with anticipation, but with the deafening echo of what we had just witnessed. The air in the car was thick and cold, heavy with an unspeakable truth. For a full minute, we remained exactly as we were, two statues carved from ice, staring at the empty space on the hood of the car, where the impossible had just been. My breath was trapped in my lungs, and the only sound was a high, pitched ringing in my ears. I could still see the burning red eyes imprinted on the back of my eyelids, a permanent afterimage seared into my memory. Slowly, as if waking from a trance, Rick lifted his hand. It was shaking so violently it looked like a blur. He reached for the ignition, his fingers fumbling with the keys. I flinched, expecting to hear that same, hopeless click that had sealed our doom earlier. He turned the key. The engine roared to life with an explosive, guttural sound that was more violent than any I'd ever heard it make. The headlights blazed on, cutting a brilliant, stark path through the darkness, illuminating the gravel road and the menacing bunkers that lined it. For a heartbeat, we were both stunned by the sudden noise and light. Then, instinct took over. Rick didn't hesitate. He slammed the gear shift into reverse with a grinding crunch of metal on metal. The tires screamed in protest, kicking up a shower of gravel as he stomped on the accelerator. The car shot backward, fishtailing wildly on the loose surface. He wrestled with the wheel, spun it around, and slammed the car into drive. We tore out of there, leaving the spot where the creature had landed in a cloud of dust and exhaust fumes. The journey back was a blur of pure, animal panic. Rick drove with a reckless abandon I had never seen before, his face a grim, pale mask in the dashboard's glow. His eyes were wide, fixed on the narrow tunnel of light in front of us, as if he expected to see those red eyes reappear at any moment. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had seen, no language to contain the magnitude of that terror. What could we possibly say? Did you see that? Was that real? To speak it would be to admit it, and to admit it was to accept that the world we knew, the safe, predictable world of school and work and small-town life, was a fragile illusion. I was pressed back against my seat, my hands gripping the dashboard. Every shadow that leaped out of the woods was the creature returning. Every bend in the road held the promise of another encounter. The familiar, crumbling bunkers that had seemed so menacing on the way, and were now just milestones on our desperate flight to safety. We passed the last one, its dark maw seeming to watch us go, and finally, the tires hit the smooth asphalt of the main highway. The sound was a tangible relief, a connection back to the sane world. Rick didn't slow down. He pushed the old Chevy to its limit, the engine whining in protest as we raced toward the distant, welcoming glow of the city lights. Only when we crossed the town line, passing the familiar "Welcome" sign, did he ease his foot off the accelerator. The car slowed to a legal speed, and we drove the rest of the way in that same thick silence. He pulled up in front of my house, the streetlights casting a deceptively peaceful orange glow. He killed the engine, and the silence that fell this time was different. It wasn't the oppressive, listening silence of the TNT area. It was an empty, awkward silence between two people who had shared something too terrible to acknowledge. He started, his voice cracking. He shook his head, unable to finish. "I know," I whispered. We sat there for another minute, not looking at each other. There was an unspoken agreement in that car. We would never speak of this again. Not to each other, and certainly not to anyone else. Who would believe us? We'd be laughed at, dismissed as drunk or crazy. But more than that, we didn't want to believe it ourselves. We wanted to lock it away in a dark corner of our minds and pretend it was a nightmare, a shared hallucination brought on by the creepy location and our own overactive imaginations. He finally nodded, a short, jerky movement. I got out of the car, closed the door, and walked into my house without looking back. The next few days were strange. We tried to act normal. We went to class, we met up with friends, we talked about trivial things. But there was a new distance between us, a shadow of the shared secret we refused to voice. The easy intimacy we'd had was gone, replaced by a careful, guarded politeness. I found myself avoiding the dark, leaving lights on all over the house. Every time a large bird flew overhead, my heart would seize with a moment of pure, irrational panic. Sleep offered little escape, as my dreams were haunted by the image of two burning red eyes and the silent flap of enormous wings. It was 3 days later. I was in the living room, watching the local evening news while trying to study. Rick was supposed to come over. A forced attempt to recapture the normalcy we had lost. A news anchor was speaking in a somber tone. and a graphic appeared over her shoulder. Interstate bridge tragedy. My blood ran cold. I turned the volume up, my attention completely fixed on the screen. There had been a catastrophic pile, up on the interstate, just a few miles outside of town. A bridge, one of the main arteries connecting our region, had suffered a critical structural failure during rush hour. A support pier had given way, sending a dozen cars plunging into the cold river below. The footage was horrific. Twisted metal, flashing emergency lights, the grim faces of rescue workers. The death toll was still rising, but it was already in the dozens. I sat there frozen, the textbook sliding from my lap. The interstate, the bridge, a catastrophic failure. And then the pieces clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening finality. The creature, the dead car, the way it had simply observed us. It wasn't a predator hunting prey. It wasn't a monster looking to harm us. The stories, the old folklore we had treated as a joke, were true in the most terrifying way imaginable. It was an omen, a harbinger. It hadn't come to hurt us. It had stopped us. The dead engine, the flickering lights, it wasn't a mechanical failure. It was a message. It had held us there, in that desolate place, keeping us from continuing our journey, from being on that bridge when it fell. It had come to warn us. When Rick arrived a few minutes later, he found me still sitting in front of the television, tears streaming down my face. He saw the screen, and he knew. He didn't have to ask. The look in his eyes told me he had made the same connection. The horror of our encounter was suddenly dwarfed by a new, more complex, and far more profound terror. We never did talk about it, not really. Our relationship crumbled under the weight of that shared, unspoken knowledge. We drifted apart, two people forever linked by a moment of impossible reality. But the fear never left me. It's a different kind of fear now. It's not the fear of a monster in the dark. It's the fear of knowing that such things exist, that the fabric of our reality is thin, and that there are ancient, unknowable entities that move just beyond our sight. It's the chilling realization that disaster casts a shadow before it, a shadow with wings and burning red eyes. And sometimes, if you're foolish enough to go looking for it, that shadow might just stop to look back at you.